I am trying something brand new on Restream, folks. I'm gonna try streaming both the podcast on TalkShoe and the live stream on Restream at the same time. So that's why you hear me live on Restream, but you'll be hearing Joey very shortly. And the Cleveland Guardians are on the clock. Would you like to do the intro, or should I just continue? Yeah, I'll just continue. It wasn't But yeah, there is a lot of controversy with this number one pick still leading up to Sunday's draft. And I've got Travis Bazzana. I kind of hinted at this last week, but there's a lot of players in the top 10. There's seven batters that arguably. I figure like there are as many as seven batters that could be blue chip prospects. You have Bazzana, you have Charlie Condon, who's the consensus number one player. You have JJ Weatherholt, you have Braden Montgomery of Texas A&M, Christian Moore of Tennessee, who I actually think may have a higher ceiling than Weatherholt. You have Jack Caglione of Florida, two-way player. You have Nick Kurtz, who reminded me of Mark McGuire as a batter last year. And then you have the three pitchers, Chase Burns, Hagen Smith, Trey Savage. That's just the college players projected in the top 10. There's two high school bats, Bryce Rayner, Connor Griffin, that could sneak into the top 10, and Cameron Caminiti's the top high school pitcher from Saguna in Arizona. You also have some college bats like Vance Honeycutt, Seaver King, and Billy Amick, who could be all stars down the road, but aren't considered blue chip players. So that's basically the synopsis of this draft in a nutshell. And I think this is a good draft class, but it's not a star-studded class or a deep group like the last two drafts, which is why I can understand why some critics say there's a drop-off after a certain point in the top 10. But there's still talent in this class, especially in the top half. And I'm imagining, before we get into the picks breakdown, I'm imagining when the draft starts at 7 tomorrow, there's going to be a temptation to watch at least the first 16 picks. I'm not saying you'll watch the whole draft, but the Guardians have number 1, the Cubs have number 14, and the Marlins have number 16. So whoever the Marlins pick at 16 will be on the jumbo shrimp. There is a little bit of a temptation to at least watch that portion of the draft before you call it a night, if you choose to watch the draft. But yeah, I mean, as far as the players in the running to go number 1, I really believe there's only 3 left: Bazzana, Charlie Condon, and JJ Weatherholt. Bazzana's the betting favorite. He has the best floor as well as a very high ceiling. Um, Condon has the most bets to be placed on him to go number 1 overall. Condon has the highest ceiling, but again, as well as the most. And but it's down to 3. You have Bazzana, who has the best floor. You have Condon, who has the highest ceiling. Alright. Yeah, exactly. Gavin Williamson, he was the East Carolina pitcher in the Guardians' 2021 first round pick. That's probably thinking of Gavin Wil yeah, yeah. And you can trade for somebody at the deadline. That's the other thing. You can trade someone at the deadline. But there's 3 players in the running. Bazana's the betting favorite at -165. He has the best floor as well as a high ceiling. Condon has the highest ceiling, but he also has the most bets placed on him to go number 1 overall. But here's the kicker. JJ Weatherholt has the most money placed on him. So even though Condon has the most bets, like people who are betting on this pick, most of the people are betting on Condon to go number 1, even though that's probably due to the plus 600 payout. That's probably why a lot of people are betting on Condon because of the payout. Whereas with Weatherholt, he has the most money to be placed on him among bettors, with 51% of the money being placed on Weatherholt. But Bazan is still the betting favorite at 165. He was at 140 on Tuesday. So Condon will only sign with Cleveland for a max slot value of $10.5 million with Scott Boras as his agent, which is why the odds of him going number 1 have dropped to 10% with him at plus 600. Bazan is willing to sign for $9.5 million, but I'm not sure he signs for $9 million after Paul Skeens got $9.2 million. And the Pirates had anywhere from 9.5 to 10 million last year to spend on the number 1 pick. It was either 9.8, 9.5, or 10 million, and they got Skeens for 9.2 million, which was a bargain because they underslotted Skeens and still got the right guy at 1. And I think that's basically what Cleveland's trying to do here. And honestly, if Bazana told Cleveland he would sign for 9 million or 9.1 million on the dot, 100 to 200K less than Paul Skeens, I'm pretty sure Cleveland would tell Bazana they're taking him first overall. And the discussions about who they would draft would die down entirely. Now, from what I've heard with Weatherholt is he's willing to sign for $8.5 million. And if he's willing to sign for that, they might take him on that alone because it would give them more money to spend on the number 36 pick. But honestly, I can't see the Guardians drafting Weatherholt unless he comes down to $7.5 million because he's just that much worse than Condon and Bazan on tape. I'm not saying the Guardians won't draft Weatherholt. I'm saying unless he lowers that 8.5 asking price to $7.5 million, I don't see the Guardians looking past Bazana, who I ultimately believe they will end up picking because when Weatherholt came back from his injury, West Virginia went on a demolition spree against the Pittsburgh Panthers at PNC Park. West Virginia, the backyard brawl. Instead of playing that at Pitt's baseball campus, which is right near this Pitt soccer stadium in Oakland, they played the West Virginia Pitt game at PNC Park where the Pittsburgh Pirates play. And Weatherholt struggled to hit a home run in PNC Park. And I get Guardians fans are telling me in the Facebook group that PNC Park is a pitcher's park. It is. I'm not going to lie. But at the same time, there's an expectation that if you're the number 1 pick in the draft, you should be capable of hitting home runs in MLB stadiums if you played in that environment. That comes with the territory of being a number 1 pick, and that's what I'm trying to get at. But yesterday, Jim Callis of MLB Network said there's a 34% chance Bazana's the pick. There's a 33% chance it's Condon. There's a 32% chance it's Weatherholt. And there's a 1% chance it's someone else. So the fact that the gambling odds and the fact that Jim Callis, who's the MLB Network draft expert, along with Jonathan Mayo, the fact that they're both still torn on this pick, Mayo said that 15 out of 20 teams he spoke to, like GMs, said they expect the Guardians to take Bazana at 1. So I'm still going Bazana at 1 because Vegas wins if Bazana goes number 1. Because if a majority of gamblers place betting action on Weatherholt and a majority of people bet money on Condon, then the only way Vegas can win is if the betting favorite, Bazana, ends up going number 1. That's the only way the house can win, Joey. When you really look at the betting odds and you look at the fact that Bazana, not only does he have the highest floor by at least 4 points over every other player in this class, he has a high ceiling as well. You're looking at a player who could probably have a 79 overall rating right out of the gate if the Guardians signed him and brought him up this year for a playoff run. And you're looking at a guy who probably peaks out at a 94 out of 99. That's that's a great bargain, and that's enough of a reason to take Bazan at one if you want to move Jimenez over to shortstop, who played shortstop. But that's Condon. Condon's the highest paid player. Charlie Condon wants 10.5 million. His agent is Scott Boras. Bazan is willing to sign for 9.5 million. Bazan is willing to sign for 9.5 million, but I'm guessing the Guardians want a lower price. Weatherholt is willing to go to 8.5 million, but he's worse than Condon and Bazan to the point where I don't think the Guardians draft him unless he agrees to 7.5 million. If he agrees to 7.5 million, I think the Guardians pick him. If the Guardians Bazana's wants 9.5 million, but I think if he went down to 9 or 9.1 million, they would say, "Look, you're our guy. We're picking you. This is over." That is how much of a gap there is between Bazana, the second best player in this year's draft, and Weatherholt, who I honestly believe is the third best second baseman in the draft. I like Christian Moore out of Tennessee better personally. If you can get the player with the best floor for $1 million less, because Cleveland has 18 million in budget to spend on their draft, and they have 10.5 million to spend on the number one pick. So if you can get Bazana for 9.5 million, 1 million less, and he's got the best floor, I think that's a no brainer. And he's got a second highest ceiling behind Condon. I think that's a no brainer decision. I think you can make an argument that Caglio has a higher ceiling than Bazana too, but it Bazana's the only guy that feels like a sure thing because before Joey, I'm gonna quickly get to my thought. I want to quickly get to my thought here, but Bazana's only gonna need 3 years to develop before he reaches his ceiling. There are guys in this draft that have higher ceilings than Bazana, but they may need 4 or 5 years, maybe 6 years to reach that ceiling. So Bazana's the safest play by far and away because if you take one of those other guys who has a higher ceiling than Bazana but needs 5 or 6 years to develop, you're only going to get 1 or 2 good years out of that player before they hit the open market as a free agent. Whereas with Bazana, you're going to get 3 or 4 really good years. You might get 5 really good years with him. That's the argument for him at one. And I think it's a valid one. But what were you And Weatherholt has more experience at shortstop than Bazana. So if they want to keep Jimenez at second baseman, they can take Weatherholt if he agrees to an underslot deal. That's why he's still in the conversation to go number one. I ultimately think they'll pick Bazana and move Jimenez to second base, but it could go either way. The fact that MLB Network thinks the top three prospects is giving each prospect a 32% probability, the fact that it's this close, this tight, I think Cleveland's already decided what they're going to do, but they're keeping everything in house because it's this close and this tight leading up to the draft. Because there's still the possibility Bazana wants more 9.5 million. There's a possibility he wants a max deal. We don't know. It, I think the Guardians are keeping everything in house until tomorrow, and we'll get a better idea when some tweets come out tomorrow. Because the same thing There were a lot of people mocking Marcelo Mayer to the Pirates 3 years ago, the high school shortstop that's still in Double A with the Red Sox, and we found out the day of the draft. His agent basically said he's going to college unless the Pirates pay him max value, and they basically went a different direction at the last minute. So I think we're going to see something, whether it's Bazan or Weatherholt. I think one of those infielders is going number one to Cleveland. I'm leaning Bazana at this point, just because I think he's the better player. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the restream. We have listeners in the chat. It says we have 0 listeners at the moment, but it's only showing the metrics on Facebook and YouTube. It's not showing the metrics on X. I'm pretty certain we have some X is where we have a majority of our listeners. Yeah, we have 27 listeners on X. So thank you guys on X. I wish Restream would show the metrics, but I'm not going to get into that right now. I just want the Guardians to Cleveland to have the Cleveland to get this number one pick right so that all of my favorite sports teams go out with a bang in the 2024 draft year. But drafting Bazana, you'd have Josh Naylor at first base, Bazana at second base, Jimenez at shortstop, Jose Ramirez at third base, and Bo Naylor at catcher. That is a really strong outfield. Um, you also have Quan at left field. So, I mean, you're going to have Tristan McKenzie, Tanner Bibby, Logan Allen, Gavin Williams. So I do think I do think Cleveland's going to add someone at the trade deadline. The two pitchers that have been rumored to be moved are White Sox number one starter Garrett Crochet, who's still in the final year of pre-arbitration, will enter arbitration one next year, and Tarek Skubal, the Detroit Tigers number one starter, who's going to be starting in the AL All-Star game on Tuesday, but his contract doesn't expire until 2026. So those are the two guys that are being rumored. They're not going with a pitcher, Joey. They should, but they're not going to. You also can't trade for draft picks. You can't trade for draft. Yeah. Now, if a player like let's say there are a few teams that got compensation picks for players. Like the Angels got a second round comp pick at 74 for Shohei Ohtani since he signed with the Dodgers. The Dodgers' second round pick went to the Angels as a result of that. But that is how you get comp picks from other teams. That's the only way to acquire picks from other teams, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, you have Emmanuel Class, one of the best close compensation. You can't trade comp picks away. You acquire comp picks. If a free agent signs with another team, that team gives up their second round pick and you get their comp pick. Like Shohei Ohtani, he signed with the Dodgers, so the Angels get a second round comp pick. The Dodgers have to forfeit that pick, and the Angels end up obtaining that pick in return for losing Ohtani to the Dodgers. That's pretty much how comp picks work, and that's how you acquire them. So you can't acquire picks by trade. You can only acquire picks by losing players, free agents. No, nope, you can't trade any picks, but you can acquire comp picks if you lose a player in free agency. Like if Shane Bieber goes to another team and a team pays out the rear end to get him, like the Dodgers did with Ohtani, then the Guardians would get a comp pick in that scenario, and it'd probably be a second round comp pick. So, yeah. I think the White Sox got a comp pick from Seattle in round 2 as well, but I mean, I feel like if you're confident in Ethan Hankins or Daniel Espino blossoming once they make the majors, you could trade one of them away and get. But I think any trade for Crochet or Burns is going to involve mortgaging Daniel Espino or Ethan Hankins, your 2 first round picks that were high school pitchers, or Tanner Burns out of the bullpen. You're going to have to trade one of those guys. You also have Justin Campbell, a first round pick in the 22 draft, and you have getting promoted from single A to double A. You have Jake Leftwich, a 2021 seventh round pick, could be a bullpen addition. I think you're going to have to trade one of those pitching prospects away in any trade that would involve acquiring Skubal or Crochet. So that's the reality. And, Bazana, we talked about Bazana all the way dating back to February. I think when we did the first MLB season preview, we talked about Bazana being from Australia, coming to America. I mean, he did improve a lot this year. He had a 408 batting average after batting 306 as a freshman and batting 374 as a sophomore. He went up to 408, started 60 games for the third year in a row, 84 runs. He had 58 runs his first year, 78 runs his second year, 84 runs his third year. 75 hits, 89 hits, 87 hits. Pretty consistent in the hits department. 16 doubles as a freshman, 20 doubles as a sophomore, 16 as a junior, 4 triples as a freshman, 3 triples as a sophomore, 4 triples as a junior, 6 home runs as a freshman, 11 home runs as a sophomore, 28 home runs as a junior, 44 RBIs, 55 RBIs, 66 RBIs. The slugging percentage went from 478 to 622 to 911 this year. Yeah, his slugging percentage is 911. 76 walks this year after being walked 45 and 59 times. His strikeouts, he had 62 strikeouts as a freshman, 47 as a sophomore, 37 as a junior, 14 stolen bases as a freshman. He must have had 6 stolen bases, because at 36, that's got to be a typo. There is no way Bazana had 36 stolen bases as a sophomore. That has got to be a typo. I'm sorry, but 36 stolen bases, that is an unreal number. That has got to be a typo on my end. I don't think it's intentional, but that has got to be a typo. The 36 stolen bases as a sophomore. That's got to be a typo, Joey. Like, that is just not a realistic number. And I apologize to any Guardians fans thinking they're getting a player with 36 stolen bases at number one. That is just no, that is not good. That is not realistic. I mean, 36 stolen bases is really good, but it's a superhuman number. It's not a realistic benchmark. And we have, oh, wait, 36 stolen bases according to the Oregon State website. I stand corrected. I was just double checking that. So that 36 stolen bases is factual from his sophomore year. And yeah, but he had 14 his freshman year, 36 his sophomore year, and 16 this year, and then a 970 fielding percentage this year after having a 984 and 966 fielding percentage. So I believe Bazzana will reach his ceiling by his third year in the MLB. Um, I, I I've heard right now that the timeline for Cleveland's number one pick is June of 2025, second week of June 2025. That is the timeline for Cleveland's number one pick in this year's draft to be called up to the MLB. June of 2025, second week in June. That is the timeline at this point. That is subject to change, but that is the timeline that the Guardians are going to go with for as far as the development in the minor leagues for the number one pick goes. Paul Skeens came up in May of this year. Wyatt Teller made the roster right out of the Wyatt Langford made the roster right out of the gate. So yeah, I think this guy could be up as early as this year, but the latest this number one pick will be up is June of 2025. But I've seen different timelines. I've seen timelines saying this player could come up as soon as the draft ends. This player could end up in the minors this year and then come up at the start of next season. I've heard May when Skeens arrived. I heard June of 2025 is the latest. But I think if Bazzana's the pick, there's going to be a very small learning curve. And this is a guy who somebody did a career simulation for Travis Bazzana on the MLB The Show. Started with a 79 rating, peaked at 94, but he's a guy who led the Guardians to 4 playoff appearances and 3 MLB All-Star appearances in his first 7 seasons before hitting the open market. If that is the type of impact that Bazzana's going to bring to Cleveland, he needs to be the number one pick. Okay? There is no other way to put it. If that's what you're getting, 3 All-Star appearances and 4 playoff appearances in 7 years, you need to take this guy at number one. There is no oh, there's no overthinking it. Yeah, especially with the underslot deals. I've got the Reds taking Charlie Condon at 2. They are looking at both Bazzana and Condon heavily. I don't the Reds are willing to overpay to get the overpay to get the top player on their board. And I think Charlie Condon, third baseman, goes to the Reds. You're going to have Tyler Stevenson, Candelario, Jonathan India, Ellie De La Cruz. I think Charlie Condon would replace Santiago Espinal in 2027. But if he's ready for the majors by 2026, which I think he will be, then in that scenario, I think you can bring him up as a utility player if you have a. But the thing is, the Reds have all their batters under contract till 2027. So unless they trade someone, he's going to have to stay in the minors until 2027 or play as a utility player if he gets called up to the Reds in 2026. That's the thing with Condon, but I think um, Condon would be the Reds. The Reds are in an interesting spot here because they do have a lot of batters: Tyler Stevenson, Candelario, India, Ellie De La Cruz. I think Condon would replace Santiago Espinal, and either Novelli Martin or Matt McLean would be the DH, and you'd still have a pretty deep infield, even though you lost Joey Votto, and Marte um, would be the DH. Matt McLean, 2022 or 2021 first round pick, would replace India as the second baseman in 2027, when India is a free agent, and Condon would be a regular starter. You'd have Steer, Fairchild, and Benson in your outfield. Honestly, this young group of outfielders doesn't excite me, even though all three outfielders are pre-arbitration until 2026. Having that stability in the outfield gives you short-term gaps if you cannot find an outfielder worthy of being drafted in this year or next year's draft. You have Hunter Green, you have Nick Lodolo, you have Graham Ashcraft. Um, I don't know why this says Nick Lodolo is currently on I. Yeah. Uh, I'm wondering. I'm wondering if Restream's not showing all of our numbers because I'm doing the podcast on TalkShoe, and I'm doing both the live stream for TalkShoe and the live stream for Restream on the same computer. I'm wondering if that has something to do with the Restream viewership, because this is the first time I've ever done that. But I just figured it'd be easier today with everything I'm doing. I figured that would be the easiest route to go. So, and since that's not really working out from a viewership standpoint, I'll probably use the iPad tomorrow if Joey calls in for TalkShoe. But if he doesn't, you'll hear me solo on Restream and TalkShoe. But yeah, Rhett Lauder will be up pretty soon. I mean, Rhett Lauder got promoted to AAA. We saw that Rhett Lauder Paul Skeens pitchers duel. I do think the Reds and the Pirates have both have the best long-term outlooks. The Reds have one reliever with an ERA below 4, and they moved that middle reliever to long reliever. I think Condon is going to end up going to the Reds. He had 37 home runs. He won the Dick Howser Award. I gave him the highest ceiling grade, 96 out of 99, but I also gave him a floor grade of 71, 8 points lower than Bazana. So that's the thing. I think Condon's development path is very similar to Manny Ramirez, where he could blossom into a big time star, but he may not reach that ceiling until his 5th year. I mean, that's what happened with Manny. He was the Cleveland's first round pick in 1991, and he really didn't reach his peak, his apex, until 1996. And then the Cleveland got 4 or 5 good years out of him, and then he went to the Red Sox and continued to play at a high level once they gave him a big contract. So that's kind of what I think Condon's trajectory is. Do I think he has a higher ceiling than Bazana? Yes, but I think it's going to take him 5 years to reach that. And I think Cleveland was willing to pay Manny at the time to keep him on board rather than I don't know what Manny's contract Um, yeah. So, and this is his first extension before he left the Indians to go to the Red Sox, correct? Yeah. Here's the thing. Here's the crazy part. If Cleveland had drafted Derek Jeter in 1992 when they had the number 2 pick the year after Manny, they could have kept Jeter until 2010, I believe. Or yeah, and then Jeter would have probably spent 3 years with the Yankees. So that they could have, cuz what the Guardians offered, what the Indians offered Manny Ramirez 100 million, that's what Jeter accepted to stay with the Yankees. So theoretically if you had drafted Jeter, you could have had him until 2010, but yeah. Um I've got they've got the contracts here. So here we go. I've pulled up the Manny Ramirez contracts. He got a $250,000 signing bonus in 1991, 109,000 in 93 when he made the majors, 111,000 in 94, 150,000 in 95, and then after that he signed a 4-year, $10.1 million deal from 1996 to 2000. That would make him a 2001 free agent. So that was a cheap team friendly deal at the time. Yeah. All right. So looking at this, Condon, I think Condon goes to the Reds at number 2. There are some rumors that the Reds have Caglione higher on their board than the, but I think from what I've heard, they're looking at Pizzana and Condon at number 2. They're willing to do an overpay. Rockies, this is a pick a lot of people are split on. They had the third best odds in the draft lottery and they secured the third pick. I'm going for value over need here with Jack Caglianone, who Jonathan Mayo mocked to Colorado at 3. But there is a growing consensus that 2 of the mock drafts I linked have the Rockies taking the first pitcher, Chase Burns, on an underslot deal at 3. And to be fair to the Rockies, they do not have any good starting pitchers. Last year, the Rockies had 5 pitchers with an ERA of above 4. Their rotation sucks. They could sign Trevor Bauer today, and Trevor Bauer would be their number 1 starter. That is how bad the Rockies are. They're not going to do that because they're cheap, but if the Rockies sign Trevor Bauer, he would be their number 1 starter. That is how bad the Rockies are. Um, so I could see them taking a pitcher at 3 on an underslot deal. I do have Jack Caglianone, the Florida Gators first baseman, who also played pitcher, going to the Rockies because Chris Bryant's batting average is below 200. Former Cubs third baseman Chris Bryant, he's playing first base on the Rockies. His batting average is below 200. You just can't have that. Caglianone, you can draft Caglianone and try to move Bryant back to third base because I think Chris Bryant's contract runs through 2028 or 2029, Joey. So, you know, I think Caglianone makes a lot of sense for the Rockies. 419 batting average. He had 35 home runs this year after having 33 home runs as a sophomore when he took Florida to the College World Series back-to-back years. Florida was the finished second last year and they finished third this year. They finished third, losing to the eventual runner-up Texas A&M in the semifinals. So, you know, and Caglianone, he had a 4.76 ERA after having a 4.24 ERA. So I think he's a batter first in the MLB, and he can play first base or DH. But I think you would move. I think if you're the Rockies, so I'm going Jack Caglianone here, but I gave Caglianone a floor grade of 75 out of 99, second highest floor grade behind Bazana, and a ceiling grade of 95. Colorado's starting rotation is awful, but there's no guarantee anyone in this draft fixes that rotation, given the altitude at Coors Field. Plus, there isn't a player that has the floor and ceiling Caglianone has at 3. So that's a big reason why I'm going Caglianone here. But again, Rockies are in a tough spot at number 3. They are, because they really need pitching in the worst way possible. But, you know, Chase Dollinger, last year's first round pick, a pitcher out of Tennessee, he's in single A plus. That's You're reading the Jim Callis mock, because Jonathan Mayo has Caglianone going here. No, because Jonathan Mayo did his mock on July 4th, and Jim Callis did his on July 11th. And in the July 11th mock, they had Chase Burns at 3. Callis did. So that's because the MLB Network has 2 draft personalities, Mayo and Callis. Callis has Burns going here. Mayo has Caglianone going here. I do think it's going to be one of those two. If Burns agrees to an underslot deal, or if the Rockies want to get an underslot deal, it probably will be Burns. But I ended up going with Caglianone here. But the Rockies do need pitching in the worst way possible. You just can't have 5 pitchers with an ERA of 4. You can't have that. I like Hagen Smith more than Burns. I have Burns dropping a lot. I have Burns dropping a lot further than the consensus, but he still is in my top 10. But I think he could go as early as this pick. Chase Burns or Hagen Smith? Chase Burns. Yeah, Hagen Smith's a lefty. Okay. I know the Rockies drafted a pitcher in the first round of the 22 draft. I'm just trying to figure out who it is and where they are in minor league play right now, because I know they took Dollinger last year. They took a pitcher out of Gonzaga in the first round, and I do not see him on the MLB prospect page. Is it possible that the Rockies brought him up to the majors already? Gabriel Hughes. He was the 10th overall pick. I do not see Hughes. Okay, here we go. Gabriel Hughes is in Double A. Gonzaga pitcher Gabriel Hughes. And he's listed at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So he's number 15 on MLB's prospects rankings for the Rockies. He's their 15th best prospect. Went 10th overall, but he's now the 15th best prospect on their board. That's the Mississippi State pitcher. I have him going in the late first round. Yep, it does. One more pitcher possibility here. If What's the Rocky slot value? That is MLB bonus pools. So let's look at the bonus pools for each team. Colorado has $17,243,400. They have the second highest slot pool. Their slot pool is 1.5 million more than the Reds. So they can overspend. They can overspend. They can also underspend. If Trey Savage agrees to a that doesn't answer how much money the Rockies have for each pick, bonus pick values. This is what I would like to get. Um, the Rockies have 17 million, but what is the bonus pool for each team? Like I want to know how much each team has for the first round picks, not the total bonus pools. Here we go. 9,070,000. So if Trey Savage, the East Carolina pitcher, agrees to sign for 6 million, the guy who beat Chase Burns mano a mano, do you draft him at 3? If he's willing to sign for 6 million, do you take him at 3 over Hagen Smith and Chase Burns if you can get him for 6 million on the dot? Just wanted to throw that scenario out there because he did beat Chase Burns head to head in the regionals this year. I don't think it happens. I think it's either Hagen Smith, Chase Burns, or Caglianone. I can't see the Rockies picking anybody else at 3. But that does bring up an interesting scenario. And I'm guessing 9 million is the closest the Rockies would get to an underslot deal, saving 70,800,000. That $70,800. So I'm going to go on to the Athletics here at 4. I'm going with Braden Montgomery. They fell from 2 to 6 in the first MLB lottery. This time the Athletics fell from 1 to 4. And they used the 6th pick in last year's draft on Grand Canyon shortstop Jacob Wilson, the son of former Pirates shortstop Jack Wilson. The infield of the future is nearly set. You have Ryan Noda. I'm looking at the Athletics first baseman because I know one of their 2020 first round picks is up. Believe it's Tyler Soderstrom, yes, it is Tyler Soderstrom. That's who's up. Yeah, so Tyler Soderstrom, their 2020 first round pick, is up in the MLB. He's a first baseman. So the Athletics, they're not going to draft a first baseman. They're not going to draft a catcher. They have Shea Langeliers, the Braves 2019 first round pick. They have Zach Jaloff, second baseman, who was in the second round of the 2021 draft. And they've got Abraham Toro from the Brewers in free agency. I do think the infield is set for the Athletics. They've got Rooker and they've got J.J. Bleday, the Marlins' 4th overall pick in 2019, as a center fielder. And Brent Rooker moved from outfielder to DH. So, I mean, and 2021 third-round pick Mason Miller did enough to get promoted to closer. So the A's have a good closer. Starting rotation does need some work. The A's could go for a rotation guy here at 4, but I'm going to go Brain Montgomery, right fielder, Texas A&M. They do need a the Athletics do need a right fielder, Joey, and looking at Brain Montgomery, I think he will end up being the pick here. Brain Montgomery makes a lot of sense for the Athletics at 4. 6'2", 217. He had a 322 batting average, started all 61 games, 65 hits, 76 runs, 14 doubles, 1 triple, 27 home runs, 85 RBIs, 733 slugging percentage, 53 walks, 5 hits by pitch, 59 strikeouts, 454 on base percentage, 5 stolen bases, 969 fielding percentage. He helped Stanford to the 2023 College World Series, enters the transfer portal, goes to Texas A&M, and he gets him to the championship game. I gave him a floor grade of 70 out of 99, but a ceiling of 95. So I do think Montgomery has a high ceiling, but it may take him up to 5 years to reach that ceiling. He may not reach that ceiling until he's at arbitration 1 or arbitration 2 of his rookie deal. And the thing is, he may not, if you keep him in the minors for 2 years, he'll reach that ceiling by year 3 before he enters arbitration. That's the thing. I think he's going to need at least 1 year in the minors, preferably 2. The Athletics might keep him in the minors for up to 5 years, let him reach his ceiling, and just let him dominate once they go to Vegas because they're doing a long-term approach. But yeah, I've got Braden Montgomery here, and I've got the White Sox taking J.J. Weatherhold at 5. From what I'm hearing, Chicago will draft a batter at 5. Jim Callis, went on a White Sox podcast, and he heard from White Sox scouts they're taking a batter at 5, and that's basically what the podcaster heard too from the White Sox scouts. They have not made it a secret that they prefer to draft a batter, and it's either going to be a top high school bat on an underslot deal, or it's going to be J.J. Weatherholt. Now, if Weatherholt goes number 1 to the Guardians on an underslot deal, that is going to throw a huge wrinkle in this draft to where I think the White Sox would take a high school bat at 5 on an underslot deal if Cleveland goes with Weatherholt at 1. I think it's going to be Bazana at 1, but again, I'm just saying if Cleveland takes Weatherholt, I think the White Sox will take a high school batter at 5. And Weatherholt, he grew up in Pittsburgh. He went to Mars High School. He's got a Ravens flag in his room. I saw Bob Pompietti do a story on Weatherholt, how he's been working hard to be a really good baseball player because, KDKA, Pittsburgh News, they'll cover Pitt, Penn State, and West Virginia all equally, all objectively. They cover all those colleges objectively here in Pennsylvania. Whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, even if you're a true Pitt fan and you hate both West Virginia and Penn State equally, doesn't matter. The mainstream media here covers all 3 of those colleges the same way they cover the Pirates, the Penguins, and the Steelers for pro sports. And they cover the Riverhounds too. But, Weatherholt, he came back from an injury. He only started 36 games this year, 331 batting average. He had 8 home runs, 8 doubles, 0 triples, 549 slugging percentage. He doesn't hit as much power as Kurtz or Caglione, but he's a far better base stealer than either guy. Has good plate discipline. I don't think his plate discipline's exceptional like Bazana. I don't think he has Bazana's work ethic. He's still in the discussion to go first overall. And, I moved him down to 5. So But yeah, my player comp for him is Zach Jaloff of the Athletics. That's my player comp for Zach for Weatherholt. My player comp for Bazana, Joey, is Chase Utley of the Philadelphia Phillies. That's my player comp for Bazana, the Guardians' number one pick. Anything you want to say about either of those player comps before we get to number 6? Yeah. So you'd have Andrew Vaughn at first base, Weatherhold at second base, Colson Montgomery, 2021 first round pick down the road, and you'd also have Paul DeJong and Nicky Lopez as veteran stopgaps, and you'd have Luis Roberts, you have Oscar Colas. Um, Garrett Crochet is currently the number one starter on the White Sox because Dylan Cease, their best pitcher, got traded away. Dylan Cease, the White Sox traded Dylan Cease away before the start of the season. And I gave Weatherholt a 68 floor grade and a ceiling grade of 93. I think he's going to need multiple years in the minors, but he should be ready by 2026. If he gets called up in 2026, I don't think he'll have immediate success. I think realistically, if you want Weatherholt to be an instant impact player day one, you have to keep him in the minors until 2027. That's why I'm completely against drafting him at 1 if I'm the Guardians, even if it's on an underslot deal. I'm at the point where I would not consider him unless he took $7.5 million. The $8.5 million, that's not enough for me to go against Bazana if he's willing to take under $10 million. That's not enough to sway me. But I do think he will go in the top 5, and I think if Cleveland passes on Weatherholt, he falls to the White Sox at number 5. And remember, I did mock Bazana the White Sox at 5 back in January. The Royals, they get Nick Kurtz, first baseman, Wake Forest. The Royals' first baseman, Nick Pratto, 2017 first round pick, he got demoted from MLB to AAA, so it's time to get a new first baseman for Bobby Witt Jr. And Nick Kurtz, I think, has the highest ceiling of any player in this entire draft class. He was my number one pick back in February. I mean, look at what the Royals rotation's done. Cole Ragans, Seth Lugo, and Brady Singer have kicked ass this year. Waka is a good number 4 starter, 3.74. And then Alec Marsh, the number 5 starter, is the one weakness in the rotation. So you could go Chase Burns or Hagen Smith at 5 if you want to try to round out that rotation, position yourselves. But I think Nick Kurtz with Vinny Pasquantino has 11 home runs, but he also has the versatility to play first base as well as designated hitter. And he can move over to designated hitter when Adam Frazier's contract expires. Adam Frazier, the DH on the Royals, his contract is up in 2026. That's when you'd bring Nick Kurtz up. And yeah, Nick Kurtz was a two-sport athlete that played baseball and basketball. He played power forward and center on his basketball team before committing to Wake Forest exclusively as a baseball player. But he hits home runs like Mark McGwire. He defends like Keith Fernandez. And he can execute. He has the quick arm. He can also execute double plays like Hosmer. I mean, if the Guardians took Nick Kurtz on an underslot deal instead of Weatherholt, I wouldn't be upset about that, to be completely honest, because I gave him a max grade. Same thing I did with Paul Skeens and Dylan Cruz last year. I gave them both max grades. I gave Kurtz a max grade as well. But again, I do think he's somewhat of a project compared to the top guys in this draft in terms of floors. But I do think his ceiling is bigger than anyone in the draft class, even Condon. So, but again, we'll see. I do think Nick Kurtz comes off the board at 6. So I do not have a pitcher coming off the board in the top 6. Anything you want to mention about this pick before we get to the Cardinals at 7? Nick Kurtz, he dominated last year. This year, he didn't dominate as much. He's a good player. 22 home runs, two less than the 24 he had. But, the Royals, their first baseman, Nick Pratto, got demoted to AAA, a 2017 first-round pick. So I've got Kurtz, the Royals here. I've heard he could go as high as 3 or 4, actually. But the Athletics just drafted a first baseman in the first round, and if the Rockies take a first baseman, it's probably going to be Caglianone. But they could take Kurtz at 3 too. With Chris Bryant batting under 200 at first baseman, they could take Kurtz as well. The Rockies at 3. So yeah, I don't think he falls out of the top 10. I think his range is in the 3 to 9 range, and I have him at 6, which is about the median. So, but yeah, his status is all over the place. The Cardinals, they get my number 1 pitcher, Hagen Smith. He was the Bullard Texas native. He played at Bullard High School. He went 15-4 the past 2 seasons as the number 2 starter. He went 7-2 his first season. He went 8-2 his second season, and he went 9-2 his junior year with a 2.04 ERA, 16 starts. He actually started the year 9-0 before losing the final 2 games, and he had an ERA of under 2 at the time. And this was when Hagen Smith was in the conversation to be a potential dark horse to go in the top 3. That's obviously not going to happen now. But he was the SEC Pitcher of the Year in 2024. 161 strikeouts, I might add. So, I mean, and then he's got a bunch of pitches. He's got a 95 fastball, that maxes out at 96, 87 slider. His third pitch is described as a changeup with a split grip. He also has a sinker and curveball that could develop into plus pitches. If a pitching coach can get Hagen Smith to incorporate his splitter instead of a changeup, if pitching coach can get Hagen Smith to incorporate this arsenal, he'll have as many as 6 pitches. I do like Sonny Gray, but Sonny Gray's like 33, 30. He's going to be 35 by the time Hagen Smith's ready for the MLB. So I do see Hagen Smith as the long-term number 1 starter. I have a floor grade of 70 on Hagen Smith and a ceiling of 95. This is a guy who feels like he needs 2 years in the minors. He could become an all-star caliber pitcher by 2028, right before he enters arbitration. Remember, Sandy Alcantara, the Marlins' number 1 starter, was drafted by the Cardinals. And Hagen Smith, he's got a 95 fastball. It maxes out at 96. He's got 87 on the slider. So he's got more velocity on his pitches than any pitcher in this draft. So I do think he is a guy to keep an eye on here. And my top 7 is the exact same as Jonathan Mayo's. I was considering putting Chase Burns at number 8 like Mayo, but I opted to go a different route. I need to have a shock value pick in this top 10. So I'm going with Christian Moore, the Tennessee second baseman who led the Angels to the College World Series. He led Tennessee to the College World Series this year. And it's a tough call between Chase Burns and Christian Moore. I don't think the Angels can go wrong either way, but Burns is ranked higher in most mock drafts, but Moore fills a bigger need at second baseman with Brandon Drury set to be a free agent. And we've seen what the Angels have done the last 2 years in the draft, Joey. Zach Nino, their 22 first-round pick, already in the MLB. Nolan Schnottel,
their 2023 first round pick already in the MLB. So if they have an infielder that's set to be a UFA, they'll just draft a player at that position and try to reload. And I think that's what the Angels are going to do here with Tennessee second baseman Christian Burns. Because this is a guy who I believe, he batted above 300 all 3 seasons at Tennessee. And you look at Tennessee the last 3 years, number 1 seed in 2022, makes the College World Series in 2023. And this year, Hagen Smith, we do have somebody in the chat room here. Kick a Ball Pod, shout out to Draft Utopia. I appreciate that, Kick a Ball Pod. I love your show. I love your MLS interviews. Your college soccer interviews are fantastic as well, Kick a Ball Pod. So thank you for the shout out. Keep doing what you're doing. But yeah, as far as Christian Moore goes, he improved his batting average, his walks. He had a fielding percentage of 1,000 as a true freshman. He had 17 home runs as a sophomore after having 10 as a freshman. And then this year he had 34 home runs. So I can't really argue against. I would take Christian Moore over J.J. Weatherholt. If the Guardians want a second baseman on an underslot deal, instead of taking Weatherholt, let's take Christian Moore. Because I think the tape and the metrics show, and the analytics, not just the tape and the metrics, but the analytics as well, show that Moore is a superior player to J.J. Weatherholt. So, and I think this guy, I gave him a 68 floor grade, but I also gave him a 98 ceiling grade. I think his ceiling is better than Chase Burns, but Christian Moore, he's got that championship pedigree, and I believe the Angels can get more on an underslot deal at 8, considering most have him going around 12. And I think the Angels go for Christian Moore because even though they could draft a pitcher, and even though they do need to reload there, they've also shown they're not afraid to reload in the infield when the time comes. And Christian Moore just feels like one of those players you can draft and reload your infield with him. So I do. This is the first shock value pick here. Christian Moore at number 8. Anything you want to add to that? Because, pretty consistent player. Tennessee got the College World Series his sophomore year. They won the College World Series as a 1 seed this year. They were a 1 seed in 2022. They were the number 1 seed heading into the 22 tournament. So, that's the thing. That's really the big thing I'm looking at here. And Moore can do it all. He can hit home runs, line drives, grounders, bunts. He might be the last 5-tool batter in the top 10. So I believe Christian Moore is the pick for the Angels at number 8. But that's my selection. Anything you want to add there before I get to the Pirates at 9? I went for shock value. Agreed. And the Pirates, I ended up giving them Chase Burns because the value was too good to ignore. I do think you can make an argument for Trey Savage on an underslot deal too. And the Pirates are looking at Savage. They're also looking at Christian Moore. They're looking at a bunch of different players here, but really the Pirates have a lot of security and stability until 2030 if they use the arbitration clauses and pay the guys they're supposed to pay instead of being cheap. O'Neal Cruz, Brian Reynolds, Brian Hayes, Jack Sawinski, Joey Bart. He's not a UFA until 2028. You have Rowdy Tellez. He signed a one-year deal at first baseman, former Brewers first baseman. You have Nick Gonzalez at second base. You have Joshua Palacios until 2030, Nick Gonzalez until 2031. Henry Davis got demoted to AAA due to how stacked this Pirates roster is, despite being the number one pick. And I do still think Henry Davis has a lot of potential to tap into. In conclusion, the Pirates have 11 quality batters. 8 of those are under contract. So outside of first base and designated hitter with McCutchen, the Pirates are not set to lose anyone after this season, and they might be able to get McCutchen on a discount after this year. But basically, the Pirates are in a really good spot here. And you've got Termar Johnson at your 4th pick in the 22 MLB draft for insurance if neither Nick Gonzalez or Puguero pans out. But right now, Nick Gonzalez looks great at second baseman. You have Paul Skeens, who's had a historically good rookie year. Paul Skeens, he's 6-0 in 11 starts, 1.90 ERA. He's starting for the National League. So it's going to be Tarek Skubal and Paul Skeens starting in the first inning on Tuesday's MLB All-Star Game. And the Futures game is also today at 4. The MLB Futures game. But you have Paul Skeens. You have Mitch Keller, last year's number 1 starter until 2029. You have Josh Jones, Pittsburgh's second-round pick in 2020 as the number 2 starter. And Skeens, with Skeens and Jones leading the MLB in innings pitched this year. Big stat. I think Skeens has Skeens and Josh Jones are number 1 and 2 in innings pitched this year. So Pirates have the number 1 and number 2 pitchers in innings pitched, both on rookie deals. And if you use arbitration clauses on these guys and pay them their arbitration money, you'd have both of these guys until 2031. Okay? Do not fuck this up. If you don't win a World Series in the next 7 years, fine. But do not get to arbitration 1 or arbitration 2 of Paul Skeens' contract and be like, we're going to trade you because we're too cheap to pay you. Do not do that. This fan base deserves better than that. You have a bona fide superstar in Skeens on your hands, and you've got Jones complimenting him. You've got Mitch Keller, last year's number 1 starter, locked up until 2029 as your number 3. Luis L. Ortiz posted a 2.95 ERA in his last 3 starts. So, Bubba Chandler, he's 5-5 with a 3.65 ERA on the Altoona curve after being a 3rd-round pick. With all this stability in batting lineup, really the Pirates' only needs are number 5 starting pitcher, first baseman, designated hitter. That's it, Joey. That's all the Pirates really need. They have a very good bullpen. They have stability at every position in the bullpen. They have stability. 4 of their 5 starting pitchers are good. And really, first baseman, designated hitter, and number 5 starter are the low needs for the Pirates right now. That's a very good spot to be in if you're an up-and-coming team just going through a rebuild. That is a very good spot to be in. Because you're still going to need 1 more long reliever and 1 more middle reliever to complement this core if Chapman leaves. But the bullpen is by far the biggest strength on the Pirates right now. And with the pitchers you have in the minors like Solometo and Chandler. You can bring those guys up to be bullpen guys if you draft Chase Burns here at 9. And that's exactly what I have the Pirates doing. I have them getting Chase Burns because as much as I'd like to go a different route, I can't. If Chase Burns is on the board at 9, that's the pick you have to make if you're the Pirates, because then you have 4 good starters. You can demote Luis L. Ortiz, who's a bullpen guy initially, to your number 5 starter, and you have your 1 through 5. And any other pitchers that get promoted through the minors that are not first round picks can go to the bullpen. So it works out perfectly if you're the Pirates if you take Chase Burns at 9. And he supplanted Chase Dollander, last year's first-round pick, as the Friday night starter as a sophomore, and Dollander went 9th overall as well. So I have Burns going in the same slot. And then he came into Wake Forest, began the year as the number 2 pitcher to Josh Hartle, and then he took his job. So he's gone to 2 different schools and taken the number 1 starter job from 2 different pitchers at Tennessee and Wake Forest. So, I mean, Burns' lowest fastball ranked 65th out of 392 college baseball starting pitchers that threw 250 or more pitches in 2023. His fastball maxed out at 101 with 90 percentile velocity, averaging out 98.7 miles per hour, which rounds up to 99. The velocity, the arm strength, and throwing power of Chase Burns, it puts him in the top 10% of college baseball pitchers. He has the arm you can't teach. He has 4 different pitches he uses. But only 2 of those pitches are his fastball and slider. Only 2 of those 4 pitches are fastball and slider are MLB ready. He has utilized his curveball and changeup more in 2024, so I don't think there is as big of a learning curve with the curveball and changeup as there initially was. And he cut his ERA back. I gave him the same grade I gave Hagen Smith, because I think it's a 1A, 1B scenario with those 2 pitchers, Joey. But both of those pitchers should come off the board. I think the furthest Burns falls is 9, but that's only if a pitcher falls to the Cardinals at 7. If the Rockies take a pitcher at 3, I don't think either Hagen Smith or Chase Burns will be there at number 9 for the Pirates. But they're looking at a lot of guys. They're looking at Christian Moore. They're looking at Trey Savage. The Florida State outfielder's the guy that got mocked to the Pirates at 9. I think he's a floor player, but again, we'll see what happens. How do you feel about Chase Burns going to Pittsburgh at 9, given that they have a lot of stability in their rotation? They have the number 1 and number 2 pitchers in innings pitched. Paul Skeens leads the MLB in innings pitched. Josh Jones, their 2020 second-round pick, is number 2 behind Skeens. And they gave last year's number 1 starter, Mitch Keller, who's now the number 3, an extension in the offseason. So the Pirates are in a great spot. They just have to keep Skeens and not fuck this up. That's all they have to do. But the Pirates do have a good bullpen, and they're not overpitching these guys. The Pirates do have a really good bullpen. They've got Bednar. They've got Colin Holderman. They've got Aroldis Chapman moving to middle reliever. They have a bunch of guys. They do. They have a bunch of guys that they do. I mean, you look at the bullpen, they have Holderman. I know I've only named 3, but the Pirates have a bunch of bullpen guys that are good. Trust me, I've watched Skeens on TV. I've watched him in person at PNC Park against the Reds. I went to a Pirate Reds game, but they have Bednar at closer, arbitration level 1. They have Colin Holderman, setup pitcher. He's not a UFA until 2029, and he could succeed Bednar as closer. Carmen Blodzinski, the Pirates' 2020 first-round pick, drafted 31st overall, has a 2.25 ERA, and he has experience at both setup pitcher and middle reliever. You have Aroldis Chapman, who got demoted from setup pitcher to middle reliever, but has had success at middle reliever. You have Ryan Boricki, enters a contract year 245 after the Pirates acquired the former Cubs reliever. So the Pirates have the closer to set up the four middle relievers, and they have Dory Moreta, 3.72 ERA at long reliever, and Max Kranick, a long reliever with an ERA of 0. So they have the bullpen, Joey. The Pirates have a good bullpen. I would argue the Pirates' bullpen is just as good as the Guardians. Maybe better. Pirates fans would disagree because they were pissed off. Paul Skeens had a 7-inning no-hitter, got pulled after 99 pitches, and the manager wisely went to the bullpen, but that pissed off a lot of Pirates fans because Skeens was pitching a no-hitter. This is the second time he's had a no-hitter in through 6 innings and 11 strikeouts. Only other player to do that is Nolan Ryan, I believe, Texas Rangers pitcher from the 70s, 80s. I think that's the only other pitcher to pull that off. So Skeens is in very prestigious company. He was 200 to 1 odds to win the NL Cy Young at the beginning of the year. He's now at 11 to 1 odds. Those odds could go up to 7 to 1 after the All-Star break. So, I mean, Pirates are in a great spot to where right now they have the arms, they have most of the pieces you want a contender to have, and they're only 2.5 games out of the wild card. They trail the Rockies, Mets, and Diamondbacks. I think they have a chance to get in, and the Padres. So I think they have a chance to get in if they do something at the deadline. The only question is, are the Pirates going to be buyers or sellers this close to a wild card? I'm going to say they're going to be buyers, but there's still a lot of baseball left to be played after the All-Star break, and that's ultimately going to reveal whether the Pirates are buyers or sellers this year. Nationals, I went Trey Savage, East Carolina. This is a player that, okay, I like Trey Savage. We did a podcast where Joey and I were watching his start. Joey and I were watching Trey Savage against Chase Burns, and Savage, he won that game. It says East Carolina instead of East Carolina. So when I was typing East Carolina, I guess I forgot to type the S. So instead of saying East Carolina, it says Eat Carolina on the website. Yeah, Dave Tepper is eating Carolina with all of his decisions as an owner. Eating Carolina. Just as like, yeah. But anyway, Savage, 7-1 and 14 starts, 2.61 ERA, 105 strikeouts. He improved that to 11-1. One complete game, 2.03 ERA, 145 strikeouts as a junior. And Savage, 95 mile an hour four-seam fastball, 93 mile an hour two-seam fastball, an 85 mile an hour slider, an 88 cutter fastball, 81 curveball, 80 mile per hour splitter. His fastball does go up to 98 out of the bullpen. I do think with Strasburg retiring, Savage does have a chance to be the number one starter on the Nationals. I gave him a floor grade of 69 out of 99, ceiling grade of 95 out of 99. He will need 2 years in the minors, but I do think he is a player that can warrant blue chip status. All these top 10 picks, you can make an argument for them having blue chip status if you're patient enough with them. There's going to be no more floor and ceiling grades from this point forward. Joey and I will we'll get to the point in some of these quicks picker. We'll have more fun with the picks, and we'll break things down from there. But what do you think of the top 10 so far? What do you like, dislike? What other things do you think you would change or tweak. Yeah. So I believe we will see. I believe we'll see teams make certain picks. Um, I went with Bryce Rayner to the Tigers at 11. Um, First high school bat comes off the board at 11, Joey. I mean, the Tigers have everyone under contract until 2027. And I have the Tigers drafting the top high school shortstop as a eventual replacement to Javier Baez, who becomes a UFA in 2028. So the Tigers, they would have 4 years to develop Bryce Rayner. They wouldn't have to rush him. He really showed the ability to improve as a senior. 392 batting average with a 9-0 record, 1.46 ERA as a freshman, had 393 as a sophomore. When Harvard Westlake lost to Jay Sarah as a sophomore, he had a 436 batting average, 0.38 ERA, had a 505 batting average, and helped Harvard Westlake get back to the state title after getting them to the state title and winning the game that would get them the state title as a true freshman. Bryce Rayner, he can do it all. I mean, he can hit home runs, line drives, and grounders, not necessarily bunts. He doesn't have the bat speed to get on base with a bunt, but, he has enough bat speed to get on base with a grounder. But, he's somebody who could develop into an MLB shortstop by 2028. The top two high school batters are a shortstop and a center fielder, Joey. And with Detroit center fielder under a contract till 2030 and their shortstop under contract till 2028, it just makes more logistical sense to take the high school shortstop here at 11 if you're the Tigers. And they have a window. I mean, with everyone under contract until 2027, they have an actual window. Even a Scooble. Yeah, because the White Sox might take a high school bat at 5, which I think personally is way too early, but I've seen both Bryce Rayner and Connor Griffin mocked in the top 10. The Red Sox are going to go high school batter as well. They do need a center fielder. By the time 2029 rolls around, Jaron Duran will be 32 years old and Connor Griffin will be 23 years old. He'll be ready for the MLB at that point. So, and, that's why I went batter over pitcher here. And Connor Griffin improved his batting average from 537 to 559. His runs from 43 to 76. His hits from 44 to 66. RBIs from 30 to 39. His doubles from 6 to 13. He had 9 home runs this year after having 8. So he's a get you on base guy, not a home run hitter, but he's a get you on base guy, and he does hit with a lot of power.
And they have Marcelo Mayer and Kyle Teal, their 2021 and 2023 first round picks in AA. So I had Connor Griffin going to Boston here in January. That is the first pick in this draft that has not changed since January to now in July. Connor Griffin at 12. So that's the first pick that didn't change. Giants, James Tibbs III, left fielder, Florida State. I had both Jim Callis and Jonathan Mayo have Tibbs going to the Pirates at 9. I don't think he's worth the 9th pick in the draft. Personally, 300 batting average, 10 home runs in 2023, 363 batting average, 28 home runs this year. Got Florida State to the Final Four of the College World Series as a junior. I do like Tibbs, but they have they do need Tibbs. Tibbs played center fielder at Florida State, but he projects as an MLB left fielder because he's a below average runner. Some also believe he's a floor player more than a ceiling player. So that's the issue with taking him at 9. I think at 13, there's not as much of an issue with a player like that, but his numbers are good. And what he did at Florida State the last 2 years was impressive. So you can't really get too upset with this pick here at 13. But the projection does worry you to a degree. Okay. So, yeah. But I've got James Tibbs here going to the Giants at 13. Anything you want to say about Tibbs before we get to the Cubs at 14? Because the Cubs are up, and they got the same player I gave them back in January, Vance Honeycutt, North Carolina. My friend Jordan, he thinks Honeycutt could be a sleeper in this draft. I mean, he's projected to go in like the mid to late teens, maybe the early 20s, but Ian Happ's a UFA in 2027. Honeycutt's the perfect player to stash and develop for 3 years. He won ACC Defensive Player of the Year in 2023. He was ACC Freshman of the Year in 2022. And, Honeycutt's a good player for the Cubs to add here. 318 batting average, 62 starts, 88 runs, 81 hits, 13 doubles, 2 triples, 28 home runs, 70 RBIs, 714 slugging percentage, 36 walks. Why is there a T in walks? Come on, guys. We were doing so well. 6 hits by pitch, 83 strikeouts. They're 11 games back in the NL Central. I would argue the Cubs are the biggest underachievers because they entered the year as the favorite to win the NL Central, and they just haven't delivered. Whereas the Brewers, everybody thought they peaked after their manager left, and you know what? They're still winning games. They're still in first place. They still own the NL Central, but the Cardinals are in second. The Pirates are in third right now. But it's nobody's out of it yet. Like, nobody's out of the NL Central. All these teams are knocking each other out. The NL Central, everybody drafted well in the NL Central in 2020. And back in the 2020 MLB draft, I said, do not be surprised if the NL Central becomes what the AFC North is in the NFL down the road. That's sort of what's happened this season, not to the extreme of the AFC North, but it's been the NL Central's just been that competitive this year. But yeah, I've got the Cubs taking Vance Honeycutt at 14. And he would go to the minors and he would develop while Ian Happ plays out his contract. Because by 2027, Ian Happ's going to be 31 or 32 in 2027, and Honeycutt will be 21 by. Honeycutt will be 23, approaching age 24 by the time Happ's contract is up and he's in his 30s. So it's the perfect opportunity to reload. Reloading's a great strategy whenever you have a top high-end talent on the board that will be in their 20s when you got a big-time player that's approaching UFA in their 30s. So, yeah, I'm going Honeycutt to the Cubs at 14. You want to add anything to this before I get to 15 with the Mariners?
All right, I'll continue then. Um, I don't know why Google Chrome's not letting me load the screen. Cam Smith, Florida State. He's a third baseman. Um, Seattle's best prospect is Cole Young, a shortstop, second baseman from my old high school, North Allegheny. He's in Double A. He's actually going to be playing in the MLB Futures game today at 4 p.m. on MLB Network. Cam Smith, 6'3", 224. He started all 51 games at third baseman as a freshman redshirt. First player since Buster Posey to have back-to-back multi-home run games for Florida State. I had Cam Smith in the first round last year, like the late first round of the Astros, but he improved this year as a sophomore redshirt, 16 home runs after having 12, 387 batting average, after having a 281 batting average, 954 fielding percentage. He does everything all. I feel like he's more of a five-tool batter than teammate James Tibbs, and I think his ceiling is higher, but Cam Smith goes 15th to Seattle. Marlins, they get it. The top high school pitcher, Cam Caminiti. Cam Caminiti, he is the cousin of the late Ken Caminiti. And I have the Marlins drafting him and they have Jazz Chisholm Jr. at center fielder. He can play second base. They've got Arraez, Bell, Berger, De La Cruz, Sanchez. I mean, there's talks the Yankees are going to try to get Jazz Chisholm Jr. from the Marlins. And they have a good rotation. Alcantara, Luzardo, Perez, Garrett, Max Meyer. But the Marlins have been horrible this year. I don't know why, but, he's got a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. His curveball, slider, and changeup, they're effective pitches. They're not consistent pitches. And this is the first player in the first round as first player since Matthew Liberatore to be drafted out of the state of Arizona as a high school pitcher. He can play outfielder, but he was the center fielder of the he had an ERA of he had also versatile. This year, he had an ERA of 0.93. He went 9-0, 119 strikeouts in 52 and 2/3 innings, while posting a 493 batting average. And Caminiti led Saguaro High School to their first 4A state championship since 2011. And look, Joey is not worried about the traits on tape. He has an MLB-ready fastball, really good ERA, really good strikeout numbers. So the production and analytics are there. The 95-mile-an-hour fastball, that's an MLB-ready pitch. But his other pitches, his curveball, his slider, his changeup, they're not MLB-ready pitches yet. They need refinement in the minors. And the innings, the 52 and 2/3 innings, that is what worries Joey more than anything else at this point. Because, yeah, the 9-0 record, the 0.93 ERA, the 119 strikeouts, those are all great numbers. But the 52 and 2/3 innings, the innings volume, and only one MLB-ready pitch is fastball. That's what worries Joey when it comes to these high school pitchers. But I do think Cam Caminiti's the pick at 16. Yep. And I think Caminiti, he's the cousin of Ken Caminiti. I think that and the fact that he led his team to a state title is why he could get pushed up. I have him going at 16. I had him going at 16 in January. I still have him going at 16. 6'2", 205, good size as well. I have another high school pitcher going to Milwaukee, one pick later at 17, William Schmidt from Catholic High School in Louisiana. Um, William Schmidt had William Schmidt 9.0, 0.44 ERA. Um, and he went 5-1 with a 0.66 ERA, 9-0 with a 0.44 ERA in 63.2 innings with 102 strikeouts. Now, he has a 77-mile-an-hour power curveball and a 75-mile-an-hour curveball, both having 3,000 RPM, 90-mile-an-hour four-seam and two-seam fastball, with both fastballs having the ability to go up to 95 if you use Schmidt out of the bullpen. He also has a 75-mile-an-hour changeup as well as a 78-mile-per-hour sinker. And he has 6 different pitches, with 4 translating the MLB and 2 that can improve in the minor leagues. He could have 7 pitches if he can develop a slider to complement his arsenal. So he has multiple curveballs, and the medicals. You worry about the medicals. This guy does have 2 MLB ready curveballs, not just a regular curve, power curve. And he's a high school pitcher, and he's got 2 fastballs and 2 curveballs that are MLB ready. You could argue that you want to see a little bit more velocity from his fastball, with it peaking at 90. That does concern you to a degree, but we'll see what happens with William Schmidt. But right now, he comes in at 17. If you want to add something to that, you can, and if not, I will get to Seaver King on the Rays at 18. Wake Forest second baseman makes too much sense here. Brandon Lowe's contract runs through 2027. Charges were filed against Wander Franco earlier this week. McClanahan's recovering from Tommy John's. Rasmussen had elbow surgery. So, I think Seaver King ends up going to the Rays at 18. He has the floor of a utility player. He has the ceiling of a 5-tool batter. So, really does feel like a boomer bust pick for the Rays. 14 home runs, 316 batting average, 600 slugging percentage, 22 walks, 4 hits by pitch, 51 runs in 51 games, 68 hits, 13 doubles, 3 triples. So, Seaver King, floor utility player, upside 5-tool, ceiling 5-tool batter. So, yeah, that's a boomer bust pick. The Mets, they go with Carson Benj, Oklahoma State right fielder. I went with him because the Mets are in a great spot. Their current starting right fielder is Starling Marte. They could draft a first baseman to let Pete Alonso walk, but I think Carson Benj makes the most sense. You bring him in, develop him in the minors, and then bring him up to replace Starling Marte. This guy does have 5-tool potential. He also pitches, but he's a much better batter than pitcher. I expect him to pitch. And he redshirted because he had Tommy Johns in 2022 coming out of high school, but he's been healthy the last 2 years. So there are some medicals with Benj. He could end up dropping a little bit further than I have him. This is the first player in the top 20 that I think has medicals history. Nobody else, I think, besides Benj has a history with medicals so far. But it's an Actually, Benj has the medicals and Honeycutt doesn't. Honeycutt doesn't have the medicals and Benj does have the medicals. But yeah, go on. Yeah, you got that mixed up, but it's all right. Yeah. Honeycutt's off the board, though. I gave the Mets Honeycutt at 14. I gave the Cubs Honeycutt as an Ian Happ replacement at 14. I think both are going to go in the top 20, but the medicals sort of push Benj down to the late teens, whereas Honeycutt, high ceiling, safer pick, and I think may not have the floor Benj has or the swing yet, but I think that's yeah, the power and the smooth delivery, basically, that you talked about. That's what I'm saying. Benj has that. Well, I think Benj is a better floor, but I think Honeycutt's ceiling's higher. That and that's why Honeycutt's a better fit for the Cubs. Honeycutt Honeycutt would get 3 years in the minors because Ian Happ's contract runs for the next 3 years. He's not a UFA till 2027, Ian Happ. So Honeycutt would get 2.5 years in the minors with the Cubs, and then he'd come up if you moved on from Ian Happ in 2027. Whereas Benj, he would have a quicker development path on the Mets. He'd be up in 2026, possibly if he develops, but he might just be a 5 through 9 batter in that scenario if he gets called up in 2026. Because I think he's more of a floor player. I do think he has a high ceiling, but at the same time, I don't think it's as high as Honeycutt's. And I see more of a floor player. I think he's more of a ceiling player than James Tibbs, the Florida State outfielder projected to go in the 9 through 13 range. I think his ceiling's better than him, but I think it's also lower than Honeycutt's. So I think you're looking at a 5 through 9 batter with Benj as your right fielder if the Mets end up taking him. I think that's fair. Yep. And the Blue Jays are going to go with a high school pitcher here, Ryan Sloan. Yeah, York High School. You got the York High School mascot. He has like he looks like the illegitimate child of the Monopoly Man and Mr. Peanut because he's got the Mr. Peanut monocle, but he's got the Monopoly hat and the Monopoly mustache and the Monopoly suit jacket. The York High School mascot. So York High School, do not get offended when I say that your mascot looks like the illegitimate child of the Monopoly Man and Mr. Peanut. It does. If you're watching the live stream, you'll notice the exact you'll know what I'm talking about. If Joey was on the live stream, he would agree with me entirely on this. But Ryan Sloan, Ryan Sloan had a 0.18 ERA in 39.2 innings pitched, 79 strikeouts. He's got a 93 4 seam, a 92 2 seam, excellent velocity. He's got to develop his secondary pitches. Um, he's got to develop those secondary pitches. That's the big thing I've noticed. And he's more of a long term project. He has potential to be a starter, but he could also move to the bullpen if he doesn't develop more. And he also had a really high GPA, 4.28. Ryan Sloan had a 4.28 GPA during his senior year of high school, which is a big reason why he won Gatorade High School Player of the Year in the state of Illinois. So yeah, Ryan Sloan, not just good pitcher, really good GPA, 4.28. So yeah, I mean, I would take him here, 6'5", 225. Yeah, you're getting a pitcher with the floor of a bullpen arm. But he has the ceiling of an MLB starter. So, you know, and it's like Joey said earlier, if you got a good fastball, but your other pitches need refinement, there's less injury risk. So I do think this guy goes in the top 20, partially because of that. The Twins take Brody Brett, the Iowa pitcher. This was a pitcher I had this guy going 13th to the Giants. He played wide receiver he was a pitcher in baseball and a wide receiver in football in high school. He played wide receiver as I think he was like a second string or third string receiver at Iowa his freshman year, and then he committed to baseball last year, fully, and he gave up football during his sophomore season to focus on baseball. But he had 109 strikeouts and a 3.74 ERA, going 5-2, 4-3, 3.33 ERA, 128 strikeouts. So the strikeouts are there. Pitching, the analytics are there. I mean, I don't know what type of pitches are in his arsenal personally, but he has good size, and I'm always a fan of taking two sport athletes. So the Minnesota Twins, they can get this guy. They need an upgrade over Chris Paddock, and the quickest way to get an upgrade is to take a college pitcher here. Because you have four quality starters, but Pablo Lopez, Joe Ryan, Simeon Woods, Richardson, and Bailey Ober all have ERAs of under 4. Paddock needs to be replaced. Brody Brecht is probably the best player you can get here if you're the Twins at 21. Orioles, they get a first baseman here. They get Tommy White, the LSU third baseman. He can also play first baseman. The Orioles are stacked right now for the short term. They have a lot of good young players. But the reason I'm going Tommy White, Ryan Mountcastle's contract is up in 2027. The 2015 first round pick will probably test the market. And Adley Rushman, I believe, is a 2028 UFA. So, I mean, Tommy White, he can play designated hitter, third base, first baseman. I think Orioles draft him as a first baseman. I mean, Tommy White was a key contributor after transferring from North Carolina State to LSU in the portal on the LSU team that won the College World Series. And this year he had 24 home runs, matching his 24 home runs. Very consistent, 401 on base percentage, 61 runs, 92 hits, 12 doubles, 638 slugging percentage. Tommy White does a lot well. I think he's a good fit for the Orioles. He can develop for 3 years and then come up and replace Mountcastle. So, and I know I had this guy at number 9. There are some people that have him in the 18 to 20 range. I think the Orioles get him at 22. And there's a lot of speculation that the Orioles are going to draft a catcher now because they don't think they can re-sign Adley Rushman when he becomes a UFA, the number 1 pick in the 2019 MLB draft. They don't think they can re-sign him when he's 28, 29, and he hits the open market. So that's why there's a lot of speculation that they're going to go with another catcher. I could see it at 32, not at 22. I think Tommy White's the best fit for the Orioles at this point, as well as the best player on the board. So Tommy White ends up dropping from 9 to 22. That's probably the biggest faller from January till now, out in the first round. Biggest fall. There were other fallers that fell to the second round. You want to comment on this pick before I get to the Dodgers at 23? Because I do think if it's not the Guardians, it's probably going to be the Orioles, Yankees, or Mariners. I could see any one of those 4 teams winning the AL pennant. I think the Twins and Red Sox are just and I know we've seen 5 seeds and 6 seeds get hot in the wild card round and knock out their opponent, but okay, maybe the Twins deserve respect, but I feel like the Red Sox do not have a good starting pitcher. They're only as far as they are because of their bats. I think they are going to struggle in the second half, and the Royals or the Astros will end up jumping them as the last wild card. But again, Tommy White's in Tommy White. The Royals are currently outside the wild card. The Red Sox have the number 6 wild card, but the Royals and Astros are behind the Red Sox. I'm saying I expect the Royals or Astros to jump the Red Sox. Twins might hold on to their. Yeah. I think it's going to be Phillies and Dodgers in the NLCS, and then the AL is just going to be a bloodbath this year. I mean, the AL is going to be super competitive. It's going to be a bloodbath, and then you're going to see the Phillies and Dodgers. I had the Braves winning the NL at the beginning of the year, but they lost Marcell Acuna, their best batter, to a season-ending injury, and they lost their number 1 pitcher, Strider, to a season-ending injury as well. The Braves could still be a wild card team, but I don't think they recover from that. Losing your best batter and pitcher in baseball, that's a death blow. Best starting pitcher and best batter, you lose both, and that's a death blow to your team. So I think the Braves probably get to the NLDS and lose to the Phillies again. And I think we probably get Dodgers Phillies for the NLCS. And then the AL is just going to be a war come October. Ryan Walschmidt, Kentucky right fielder. I have the Dodgers taking a right fielder. And the Dodgers, they have a good core. Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Shohei Ohtani, Will Smith at catcher. They have Max Muncy at first baseman. James Outman had 19 home runs. He's under contract. Teo Oscar Hernandez. They have Gavin Lux batting ninth, and they have Jason Hayward entering a contract year after hitting 15 home runs in 2023. I think Ryan Waldschmidt makes a lot of sense for the Dodgers. And, they do have a lot of pitchers, but they're not healthy. Mookie Betts, I think, is injured. I know they have some injuries right now. Pitcher. But I'm going Ryan Waldschmidt here. He started his career at the college at Charleston Southern. He transferred to Kentucky. Looking at what he did at Kentucky, 66 runs, 71 hits, 130 total bases, 17 doubles, 0 triples, 14 home runs, 46 hits, 41 walks, 16 hits by pitch, 45 strikeouts, 25 stolen bases, 333 batting average, 469 on-base percentage, 610 slugging percentage. I could not find the fielding percentage for Waldschmidt, but he's a dark horse to sneak into the top 15. I doubt the Dodgers pass on him at 23 if he makes it this far. And the Braves get a pitcher that was Joey's dark horse to sneak into the top 5. Jurrangelo Clintage, Mississippi State. This is the best pitcher to get here. The Braves are pretty stacked. They could take as much time as they want here with this pitcher. He's the son of a former professional baseball in the Netherlands. He began pitching at the age of 6 before pitching for Caraco in the 2016 Little League World Series. 8 years later, he's MLB draft eligible, 8-2 in 16 starts with a 3.67 ERA. 113 strikeouts, 30 walks as a sophomore redshirt at Mississippi State. 96 four seam, 94 two seam, 80-mile-hour slider that goes up to 91, and a changeup that complements his 3+ pitches. Clintenje is raw. He could end up in the bullpen, but the switch-handed pitcher also has a similar ceiling to former Cubs and current Yankees pitcher Marcus Stroman if he throws with his right hand, despite being only a sophomore, as MLB teams view the switch-handed pitcher's right hand as his more dominant hand. But this is the switch-handed pitcher Joey was talking about earlier. He goes to the Braves at 24. Anything you want to add to this pick here before I get to number 25? Braves. Padres are on deck. Padres are on deck at 25, but the Braves took him at 20. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and the other thing is the Braves have every batter under contract until 2026 or 2027, Joey. So if the Braves have every batter under contract until 2026 or 2027, that means you can draft a pitcher here and take your time with him because you have like 4 or 5 good pitchers in the MLB right now, so you don't have to rush him. Could also, and if you do want to bring up a bullpen arm for the playoffs, you can bring this guy up right away if you want a bullpen. It does, yeah, exactly. And the Braves have every batter under contract until 2027. So, 2026, 20. So they don't have. Well, I have the Guardians drafting a center fielder in the second round. I do have the Guardians taking a center fielder because I think this guy is, but this guy that I'm mocking the Guardians is better than the guy you're telling me about. The tape shows that. Exactly. I'm not sure the Braves have a second round pick. They might. I think they do have a second round pick. I'm just double checking to see who I gave the Braves. I gave them Gage Jump, the LSU pitcher, in the second round. So I doubled up at that position because of the contracts the Braves currently have. But I'll probably go batter. I think they'll go batter with one of the if Gage Jump is off the board, I think a batter could come off the board here. But what position particularly? Who's got an expiring contract in 2026? That's what we'll revisit briefly before we get to Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter. That is the only that's the only free agent in 2026. Marcell Ozuna, your number 5 batter. And that's a guy I can see the Braves extending because he had 40 home runs last year, and he's sort of taken over as the leader of the clubhouse with Ronald Acuna out for the season. So he's sort of taken over that role. So, and Ozuna's a guy I can see the Braves paying to keep. So that's yeah. I mean, Ozuna is not a free agent until 2026, and he's the designated hitter. They have everybody else under contract until 2027. Or Orlando Arcia, who bats ninth in this lineup, is a UFA in 2027. That is the only other That's the only position player non-DH that is a UFA in 2027. They have everyone. They have the other 7 guys under contract until 2028. So I'm just thinking they could go with a. They could draft best player on the board and go with a shortstop, but I think all the shortstops were gone, so I ended up giving them Gage Jump. But yeah, if they take a batter, I expect it to be a shortstop. They may already have a shortstop they draft in the first round in their system too, so we'll see. Number 25 is a player that's been mocked to the Guardians at 36, and that's Cash Mayfield, the pitcher from Elk City High School in Oklahoma. This is a player who the Padres have a lot of good. They've got the batters, they've got the pitching. I think they could do more through their bullpen, but he won Gatorade High School Pitcher of the Year as a junior. He won the award again as a senior. So, yeah, there's Gatorade High School Pitcher of the Year, Gatorade High School Player of the Year, but he won that award 2 years in a row. So, Cash Mayfield, he was the Gatorade High School So yeah, Gatorade High School Player of the Year. That's the thing, the consistency with a lot of these players. The consistency is the big thing with a lot of these players. It is. So, I mean, and I'm just trying to figure out where. Yeah, so Gatorade High School, there's Gatorade High School Pitcher of the Year and Gatorade High School Player of the Year. I get them confused. I'm not going to worry about it right now. But, Cash Mayfield, he was Gatorade High School Pitcher of the Year 2 years in a row. 0.16 ERA, 476 batting average, 8-0, 115 strikeouts. He has 2 really good fastballs, a 95 4-seam, a 92 2-seam. His complementary pitch is curveball, but it's more of a slurve ball. He's 19, so there's less of a learning curve with this high school pitcher compared to most. Since he's 19, he'll be turning 20 soon, later this year. So I would say there's less of a learning curve as a result. His slider still needs to develop. His changeup needs to develop, but, Gatorade High School Player of the Year 2 years in a row. I can't ignore that. I really can't. I think the only reason he's listed here is because I think there was a player in this draft that may have had to repeat 5th grade, so they ended up or that may be another MLB player I watched on YouTube. But regardless, Cash Mayfield, I do think the numbers are too good to pass on in the first round. I'd love for the Guardians to get him at 36, but I don't think he's going to be there at 36. I don't. I think 6'4", 200. He won Gatorade High School Pitcher of the Year 2 years in a row in Oklahoma. I don't think he will be there at 34. I think someone's going to snag him, and I think the Padres at 25 are the team that snipes him. The player I mocked to the Guardians at 36 last time goes to the Yankees. Dakota Jordan, left fielder, Mississippi State. Another Bulldog off the board. And I like what the Yankees have as far as their bats go. I love their rotation. Cole, Gill, Stroman, Rodon, Nestor Cortez. I think the Yankees, with this rotation, they can win a World Series. If this rotation stays healthy, I think the Yankees end up beating the Phillies to win the World Series. I would love to see the Guardians beat the Yankees and prove me wrong, but the Yankees are the one team that's had Cleveland's number the past 7 years. They are. I mean, 2021, they had our number. In 2017, they had our number. But Dakota Jordan, 6', 220. He can play left fielder, center fielder, right fielder, or DH. He redshirted in 2022. Started 41 of 44 games, 307 batting average, 10 home runs, 40 RBIs, 575 slugging percentage, 4 stolen bases, 947 fielding percentage as a freshman redshirt. This year, his batting average goes up from 307 to 354, 57 runs after 29, 85 hits after 47. His doubles improved by 5 from 9 to 14. He had doubled his home runs from 10 to 20, and he had a 1,000 fielding percentage as a sophomore redshirt. So I did mock this guy to the Guardians back at 36, but he's not going to make it to 36 after watching him improve on what he did as a freshman redshirt. And the Yankees are looking at him, and he's the best player on the board that they've looked at. So on my board that they've looked at. So I think Dakota Jordan, Mississippi State outfielder, goes to the Yankees here at 26. And Alex Verdugo, the Yankees left fielder, is in a contract year. So I do think Dakota Jordan's a good fit for the Yankees at this point. Anything you want to add, Joey, before, because you were about to say something before I got to 27. Yeah, but they've got Cole, Gill, Stroman, Rodon, and Cortez. I like their bullpen. They've got Clay Holmes, former Pirates 2011 ninth round pick. They've got Jordan Lagancia, Tommy Cale. They've got a lot of players, the Yankees do, and they've got Volpe. They've got Austin Wells. They've got guys on this team that could step up and perform. And I just feel like they're the most complete teams. The Yankees have the ideal 1 through 7 hitters, and I wasn't sold on Volpe during that draft, but, if Austin Wells and Austin Volpe, those 2 first-round picks from the 2020 and 2019 draft, continue to develop, Anthony Volpe, if Volpe and Wells continue to develop in the 7 and 8 slots, the Yankees have a pretty complete batting lineup. So, and MLB ranked Volpe as the 10th best shortstop. So, I mean, in the entire MLB, in their shortstop rankings. So, I do think the Yankees, they have Aaron Judge. That's probably Joey was referring to as the best player in baseball, but they also have Juan Soto. They have Anthony Rizzo. They have at first base, they have Gleyber Torres at second base, Verdugo. Gleyber Torres is in a contract year. There are some rumors that the Yankees are going to try to trade for a second baseman. I think they have most of the components to get to the World Series and win it this year. And the Yankees' kryptonite in the American League's been the Astros. And the Astros aren't in the playoffs, then the Yankees do not have to worry about playing them. And I think they'll just go out and do their thing and eventually peak because the Yankees have had the talent for a while. They just haven't put it together yet. And whenever they get to the ALCS with this Aaron Judge led core, they always end up running into the Astros when the Astros have home field. So Phillies get the same player I mocked at 27 in January, Slade Caldwell from Valley View High School in Arkansas. Phillies, they do need a center fielder. The Arkansas Gatorade Player of the Year had a 512 batting average, 5 home runs, 31 RBIs. 40 stolen bases at Valley View High School. He only had 458 batting average this year, but he improved his stolen bases from 40 to 51, as hard as that is to believe. So he had 40 stolen bases as a junior, and he had 51 as a senior. He's raw, but he possesses 5-tool ability. He can hit home runs, line drives, grounders, or bunts. The reason he's now projected to go outside the top 15 in most MLB mock drafts is because he tore his fibula in August, but he was still healthy enough to play as a senior. But the medicals do worry some teams. But I think Caldwell to the Phillies, he's also undersized. He's 5'8", 175. Caldwell is the smallest player in the first round of this draft. That size could knock him down to date round 2. I think if he fell to round 3, though, he'd take the college route and try to boost his stock that way. Because this is a first-round player, despite the size, which should say a lot. And Mick Abel, Andrew Painter, the 2 high school draft pitchers the Phillies drafted, are both in AAA. And with Zach Wheeler hitting free agency in 2025, Aaron Nola hitting free agency in 2026, those pitchers could be up pretty soon, Abel and Painter. And Phillies, if they hit on both those picks, they can just reload and remain a powerhouse in the National League. Yeah. There's going to be a catcher run in this draft. There's going to be a catcher run in this draft. There's 3 guys competing to be the number 1 catcher. There's 3 guys competing to be the number 1 catcher. I had Caleb Lomavita going to Texas in January, but I moved him down to 31 in Arizona. I have Texas taking the first catcher as the number 1 catcher in the draft plays at Sam Houston State. And then Malachi Moore, who I mocked at 11th, fell all the way to 32. The Orioles, who are rumored to be taking a catcher. So I do think there's going to be a catcher run. The question is, when does it start? Does it start at 30 where the Rangers are picking? Does it start at 22 when the Orioles are picking? Does it start at 27 when the Phillies are picking? It's going to start at one of those spots because those 3 catchers are all in the conversation to go in the top 30. It just comes down to pick your favorite ice. It's like Neapolitan ice cream. These catchers are like Neapolitan ice cream. Do you want the vanilla? Do you want the chocolate? Do you want the strawberry? You can't really go wrong with either catcher or either flavor of ice cream. I know that's a horrible analogy to use, but it's like that's really what it is. You have 3 catchers who all have a case to be the number 1 guy off the board. And this is the thing. Phillies have Alec Boehm, their third baseman, under contract until 2027, and their catcher JT Real Muto is under contract till 2026. Yep, and this is probably my most valuable sports card. It is an Alec Boehm rookie autograph jersey patch numbered to 25. So not only is it an autograph card, there's Philly jersey patches inside the card, and it is numbered to 25. Number 12 out of 25. So yeah, that is an Alec Boehm Panini rookie auto jersey patch numbered to 25. That is trading cards that are autographed that are numbered to 25 are hard to find. The only way you can top that is if you find a card that's numbered to like 10. So, because that means they've only made 25 of those cards in the world, and I have one of them. That is really hard to pull off. But yeah, that I would argue that's more valuable than the Patrick Mahomes rookie card that I got for $1 that's now up to $500 or $600 on eBay. I would argue that card is, but let's get back to the Phillies here. All sports trading card talk aside, I think if they go with if they want to reload now, they can get a center fielder, but they're going to have some contracts coming up. I mean, outside of Trey Turner and Bryce Harper, their number one and number two batters. Outside of those guys, they're going to have a bunch of contracts coming up. Schwarber's a 2026 UFA, so you could also play. You could also move. You could also play someone at DH. You can move Boehm to DH and bring up Boltlo Vermeulen as a third baseman. But the Phillies are going to have to retool this team in a few years when all these contracts begin to catch up to them. They have a complete team right now, but if they can't capitalize on a World Series in the next year or two, they're going to have a bunch of contracts to worry about. Because I feel like this year and next year's the last 2 years, their championship window. And if they don't cash in on that, their window is going to come and go. But, Phillies could do a lot at 27. 28, the Astros. I'm going to go Billy Amick, third baseman, Tennessee. I've been saying since the beginning of the year, the reason the Astros have been so successful for so long is because Jose Altuve and Alex Bregman are really the core infielders of that team. They had Correa. They drafted Jeremy Pena in the second round of the 2018 MLB draft. They were patient with him. And when Correa walked, Pena stepped up and won World Series MVP with the Astros his first year in the league. And, they have Kyle Tucker, their fifth overall pick in the 2015 MLB draft too, but he's not a UFA until 2026. But I feel like if Altuve and Bregman leave, the Astros will head into a rebuild next year. And it's possible they head into a rebuild now with Dusty Baker retiring if they miss the playoffs. I mean, this team got off to a horrible start. John McClain was tweeting about how bad they were at the beginning of the year. They have played a lot better as of recently. But, I feel like it's going to be easier. It's going to be harder to replace. It's going to be hard to replace both Altuve and Bregman if either leaves. But Billy Amick, a third baseman on the Tennessee team that won the College World Series, he makes a lot of sense for the Astros. He does 6'1", 217, 23 home runs in 2024. He's the son of a former NASCAR driver who began his career at Clemson. He's the son of a former NASCAR driver. Billy Amick, he began his career at Clemson to be part of Tennessee's College World Series team. Houston can draft, and that's the thing. Bregman won LSU a College World Series in 2015, I believe, too. So, Billy Amick, you can draft him here to be Bregman's replacement if you can't bring back Bregman. I'm surprised nobody's going after the Astros players. I mean, if the Astros are only 2 or 3 games out of a wild card, they can go for the wild card and keep those guys in contract years. But I'm surprised nobody has tried to acquire Bregman or Altuve. I would think
both of those would be trade deadline acquisitions if the Astros know they can't reload next year in free agency and they want to jumpstart this rebuild. I would think now would be the time to do that with Dusty Baker retiring after last year. Now would be the time to do that. So I'm kind of surprised that neither's been moved yet, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, I do have Billy Amick going to Houston as a Alex Bregman replacement. The Diamondbacks get the same player I mocked them at 29 back in January, Kalen Culpepper. I'm a big fan of Culpepper. I've talked about him for a while, but 325 batting average in 2023. He moved from third base to shortstop. He had a 328 batting average. But since the Diamondbacks have a shortstop they drafted in the first round, they can keep Culpepper at his natural position at third base, where he would develop for a few years. And he went from 49 hits to 80 this year, went from 10 home runs to 11. High end, gets on base consistently, and I can see him replacing Eugenio Suarez in 2026. Now, the Texas Rangers, they are going to draft Walker Yannick from Sam Houston State here. I did have Yannick is got the best floor of any catcher in the draft. I think you can make an argument for Yannick or Lo Maveda as the catcher with the highest ceiling, but I think with Walker Yannick, he won the Buster Posey Award for best catcher in college baseball. He has the best floor, and I see the Texas Rangers drafting a local in-state catcher. I like Lo Maveda too, but I think the Texas Rangers are going to draft in-state. They're going to draft a local player here, and they're going to stash him so he's ready when Jonah Heim becomes a free agent in 2027 after replacing Austin Hedges as the starting catcher. So that's kind of the thought process for the Texas Rangers here. I mean, he had a career high 17 home runs, 714 slugging percentage, 480 on base percentage as a true junior. And, 380 batting average. Might be 308, but I only see two digits instead of three. I'm going to look up Walker Yannick, and in the meantime, I want you to compare what you've seen with Yannick to Lo Maveda, because Lo Maveda is the next pick at 31. .368. Okay, I forgot the 8, the 6, and 3.6. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I think Walker Yannick has the highest floor and the highest ceiling, but I also see the Texas Rangers going in state. But I think Lo Maveda is very close to the point where you could argue his ceiling is just as high, if not higher, than Yannick's. And I think the Texas Rangers are going to take a catcher at 30. It's just a matter of which one falls to them. And Arizona, they need a catcher, so they're going to get Caleb Lo Maveda at 31. I know, giving the World Series runner-up Arizona Diamondbacks Caleb Lo Maveda after giving him Kalen Culpepper, it's just not fair. It really isn't, because it's just the rich getting richer. Yes. Before I get to the Orioles pick, it's a catcher. Scott Frank Scott Dudo. He's a Jacksonville resident as well who listens to this podcast. He's in a few of my Facebook groups. Frank asked, "Will there be a link to this in full once it finishes?" Yes. I post YouTube links, and usually I have to go back and bookmark chapters into them, but on the mock draft shows, I do not have to bookmark chapters. So as soon as I end the live stream, the link will be available, Frank. So yeah, just wanted to quickly mention that. Give Frank a shout out. We do appreciate him listening. So you're not the only Jacksonville resident tuning in today, Joey. All right, Malcolm Moore. You're not. You're still my co-host and my podcasting partner, but you're not the only Jacksonville resident listening to the podcast. Malcolm Moore, Stanford. Um, I like Malcolm Moore, but I think his ceiling and his floor is much lower than the other two catchers. There are some that have Malcolm Moore as the first catcher off the board. I'll admit, watching him last year, he had a 311 batting average. I really loved what I saw. And I saw a guy who, I saw a player who could potentially be, I saw a player who could potentially be the guy. I mocked Malcolm Moore to the Tigers at 11 back in January, but he drops the Orioles at 32. And Adley Rushman's only under contract until 2028. And I don't know if it's Jonathan Mayo, but when Mayo's mock draft, I read that there's already speculation that the Orioles may draft a catcher this year at as high as 22. I don't know if that's because they want to stash him for a few years or if that's because the Orioles know Adley Rushman's a 2028 UFA. And since the Orioles are a small market team like the Pirates, like the Guardians, like the Rays, they may not have the money to re sign Adley Rushman, who is the number one pick in the 2019 MLB draft. He's been as good as advertised. He led Oregon State to a College World Series in 2018. I don't know why the Orioles would let Adley Rushman hit the market, but if it's true the Orioles are looking at a catcher, my thought process is if Texas takes a catcher at 30, Orioles could take who's ever left over at 32 if they stay put and draft another position first. But Malcolm Moore, Tommy White, Malcolm Moore, the two players that I had at 9 and 11 in my first mock back in January dropped to the Orioles. So if you're an Orioles fan, I don't think you can complain about that. Getting two of the top 11 preseason players this late in the draft, I mean, that's a win in my opinion because you can develop more. Okay. That's good because I mocked a center fielder to Cleveland in round two that I think has higher upside than Sheeman. But we'll talk about that when we get to pick 48. But Malcolm Moore, I like Malcolm Moore, but I don't think is look, 6'2, 216. He redshirted in 2022. I loved what he did as a freshman redshirt. 311, took the Stanford Cardinal the College World Series with Braden Montgomery. But this year, when Montgomery transferred, Moore sort of had to go from being the number two guy to being the leader of that team. 255 batting average, started all 54 games at catcher, 16 home runs, improved on his home runs, but his batting average dipped from 311 to 255. If Moore can get on base, Moore can get on base if he successfully hits a home run or line drive, but he's going to have trouble with grounders and bunts. Malcolm Moore consistently gets on base, and he's a good catcher that Baltimore can develop in as an insurance policy if Rushman can't get extended. I think he'll be MLB ready by 2027, but he can actually be the backup catcher to Adley Rushman in his rookie year. And then in 2028, after learning under Rushman for a year, and if Baltimore extends Rushman, he's going to be a backup catcher until he hits the open market, or unless the Orioles want to trade him away for somebody. But that is the only reason I'm doing this, because
If there wasn't talk about the Orioles drafting a catcher now to prepare for post Adley Rutschman in 2028, if there wasn't talk buzzing, I would have completely disregarded a catcher, Joey, because frankly, I don't think the Orioles need a catcher. And for all my Orioles friends like Jordan Alexander who are pissed off that I gave the Orioles a catcher, look, people are talking. And this is what Joey does whenever he hears something about the Browns. When people are talking about the Browns, Joey always brings up what they're talking about on the podcast. And with the Orioles, they're talking about a catcher to in the first round of the draft at 22 or 32. Look, Adley Rutschman, we're not saying replace Adley Rutschman. If you can extend him, keep him in Baltimore as long as possible. But the number one pick in the 2019 MLB draft, he's one of the last players to go through arbitration level 1, 2, and 3 before the level 4 arbitration contracts kicked in 2020. So he's going to be a 2028 UFA, and there's really nothing the Orioles can do about it unless they pay Adley Rutschman now. And the thought process is probably, look, if we can't pay Adley Rutschman, let's draft a catcher and develop him for 4 years so he's ready when Rutschman becomes a UFA. That's probably why the Orioles are doing this. They want to extend Rutschman, but they're also preparing for the possibility that he might hit the open market because the Orioles are not the Red Sox, they're not the Yankees, they're not the Cubs. They can't just pay him whatever he wants if he pans out as a high draft pick and keep him there for the entirety of their careers. I'd love to see Rutschman play his entire career in Baltimore like Cal Ripken Jr. I just don't know if it's in the cards. And I said Rutschman was going to be Baltimore's best player since Ripken when they took him number 1 in 2019. I've been right on that so far, but at the same time, it's like we still got to see more from Rutschman, and I'm just not sure the Orioles are going to keep him. Yeah, they did this. The Orioles, they kept Manny Machado through the entirety of his rookie deal when he was a 2009, 2010 first-round pick, and then they let him walk, and he signed that huge contract with the Padres. I would not be surprised if something like that happened with Adley Rutschman, with the way MLB is now. But at the same token, I hope the Orioles keep Rutschman, and he remains one of their integral, and he becomes an all-time great like Cal Ripken did. But at the same token, if people in the MLB are talking that they don't know if they can get a contract done with Adley Rutschman because the demand for him is going to be sky high, you you have to be prepared. And that's why I mocked a catcher at 32. When I first did this mock, it wasn't my intention to give the Orioles a catcher. But when I read Mayo's mock and I heard the Orioles are talking about catchers, and then I'm hearing all this buzz, the Orioles, they may try to get a catcher who's ready to take over in case they can't retain Rutschman. That says something. So that's why I went with Malcolm Moore here. And while I mocked him at 11 back in January, he's a notch below Caleb Lomavita and Walker Yannick as far as catchers in this year's draft, looking at what he's done in 2024 now. Anything you want to add to that situation with the Orioles and their catcher situation, or should I get to 33? All right. PJ Moore, Orlando from Somerville High School in South Carolina, goes to the Twins. He won the high school home run derby, also the MVP of the high school baseball All-American game. Connor Griffin and PJ Moore Orlando were both projected to go in the top 15, but Moore Orlando falls to the Twins at 33. He's got 5-tool ability. He had 26 runs. I think he gives the Twins a long-term right fielder. Brewers, Kalon Lindsey, Hardy High School, Florida. 6'1", 170, 429 batting average as a junior. He posted a 403 batting average, 1 home run. Willie Adames is a 2025 UFA. I know Kellen Lindsley probably won't be ready by 2025, but, if Adames leaves, you're going to have to reload at shortstop, and this is the best shortstop on the board, unfortunately. There's not a college shortstop available here. The Diamondbacks also get a shortstop. They get Theo Gillen from Westlake High School. He has the floor of a 20 home run player, but there's no stats on him. He arguably has the highest offensive upside of any high school shortstop, but he has some medical concerns, 2 straight years of injuries. He could move to second base, center fielder, or left fielder if he doesn't work out as a shortstop. So there's that. Guardians, David Shields, pitcher, Mount Lebanon High School, Pennsylvania. I am in the Chartiers Valley, Scott Township, Carnegie area. I'm not going to reveal where exactly, but Mount Lebanon is close by, and I've been to 2 Mount Lebanon baseball games in the past 3 years. And let me tell you, David Shields might be the most consistent high school pitcher in this entire draft. He went 6-2 with a 0.94 ERA and 106 strikeouts and 67 2/3 innings as a sophomore, while also throwing a no-hitter against Mild High School North Allegheny in the 2023 Whitfield Championship game. He went, and that was and he skipped a grade and counted as a senior. Technically, David Shields should be a junior this year, but David Shields, he went 2-0 with a 2.92 ERA. He led Mount Lebanon to the Whitfield Championship in 2022. He did the same thing in 2023, pitching a no-hitter. This year he went 5-1 with a 0.51 ERA, 63 strikeouts. He lost to North Allegheny in this year's Whitfield Championship, and they threw a no-hitter against Mount Lebanon. So it was one of those games where it was a pitcher's duel, and after being on the receiving end of throwing a no-hitter and winning, he's on the receiving end of losing, where the rival team gets a no-hitter. But, look, David Shields is technically a junior. He's 17. He turns 18 in September, but he reclassified and got his GED while graduating with a 3.3 GPA. He was also the Gatorade High School Player of the Year this year in Pennsylvania. He turns 18 in September, so his longevity doesn't appear to be a concern. He struck out 16 batters in front of 15 MLB scouts earlier this year. He struck out 12 against Baldwin. I went to see Mount Lebanon play against Chartiers Valley. Chartiers Valley reminds me of my old elementary school, Broken Arrow. A very wholesome, very friendly place. But Mount Lebanon lost that game to Chartiers Valley. And Chartiers Valley's a 4A team and Mount Lebanon's a 6A team. So there's an expectation that you're going to squash the 4A team like a bug since you're 2 leagues higher than them. But we got to see a 4A team beat a 6A team. And I went to that game because I thought Shields would be pitching it. He ended up pitching in the Whitfield Championship game against North Allegheny. But here's the thing with David Shields. He has a really good. He actually he was the ace pitcher on Mount Lebanon the last 2 years, 23 and 24. And he was also the starting quarterback on the football team during his freshman and sophomore seasons at Mount Lebanon. So not only is he a starting pitcher, he's also a quarterback. And he played basketball in addition to football and baseball in middle school prior to arriving at Mount Lebanon High School, meaning he was a 3-sport athlete in middle school. And middle school's usually when you get to try out for the football teams. At least that's how it was here at North Allegheny. If you wanted to be on their football team, you would try out in 7th grade. That's the earliest you could try out. So I'm guessing it's like that with other Whitfield schools in Western Pennsylvania. So, so he played 3 sports, 7th, 8th grade. Then he went down to 2 sports, 9th and 10th grade. And then he ends up finding his calling in baseball this year, where he commits exclusively to baseball. But, yep. Yeah, and he's got the pitches you want too. His manager is talking about how calm this guy is. He's mature beyond his age. Um, and he's got a 94-mile-an-hour four seam, 94 two seam, a slider. He's got a power slider known as a sweeper pitch. He's got a frisbee movement. He's got a curve, a power curve, a changeup. He's got 7 different types of pitches, 2 different fastballs, sliders, and curves. Zero injury history. The only medical concern is the mononucleosis he had earlier, which kept him out early in the season this year. But outside of the mononucleosis, zero injury history from 7th grade to now, according to the medical records. So there's no injury history of him from his days as a baseball, football, basketball player. Zero injury history. So the medicals are outstanding outside of the mononucleosis. He has a curve and a power curve, but they're not MLB ready yet. They need refinement. Basically, outside of his fastball, the rest of his pitches need refinement. Yeah, they're not his ace pitches. So his 2 fastballs are his ace pitches. Yeah, yeah, yep. I also wanna talk about his family pedigree briefly. David Shields is the son of Kevin Shields. Kevin Shields is the director of golf instruction at the club at Nevillewood, an exclusive golf club in Nevillewood. Also, his grandfather and his great-grandfather were both minor league baseball players. They didn't make it to the majors, but they both played in minor league baseball. They were both drafted in the MLB, and they both played in the minor leagues, both the grandfather and great-grandfather of David Shields. So, he does come from a baseball family background too. And the longevity, because he's not gonna be 18 until September. So, the longevity with him, he could be up in the MLB by 21 or 22 and 23 at the latest, and I think this is a really good pick here. I think the Pirates or the Guardians is gonna snag him here because he was ranked 36th before losing to North Allegheny, and then after he lost to North Allegheny, he dropped to 41 on MLB.com, but he was ranked 36. Cleveland's picking at 36. Jim Callis said 36 or 37 is the earliest I think he comes off the board. I think the Guardians pick him at 36 because I saw a Cleveland scout at the Mount Lebanon Chartiers Valley game I went to. Even though Shields wasn't pitching, I saw one at their game. I think the Guardians have just as much interest in Shields as the Pirates. I would not be surprised if Cleveland sniped him from Pittsburgh with Pittsburgh on deck at 37. Yeah. I couldn't ignore putting Shields in the first round because he's just too damn consistent to ignore. 6'2", 210 really does check off a lot of boxes. And I think he's got enough upside to develop into a number one starter on MLB team down the road. The Pirates, because that's what the Pirates did with Skeens. They started him out as the number three guy behind Jones and Mitch Keller, but Skeens was so dominant that they already made him the number one starter by July in that 2 month span. Do I think Shields will be that dominant? No, but I could see him starting as the number three by 25 or 26. And then he's by 2027 or 2028, when he turns 21, he'll become maybe before he becomes 21, because he turns 18 in September. I could see him being the number one starter by the time he's 21. That's basically what I'm saying. Because with high school pitchers, it does take some time and there is some risk, but at the same token, yeah. It's funny because everybody at MLB Network says that high school pitchers are riskier than high school batters, but you seem to disagree with that notion. So, yeah. The last 2 drafts, we've seen a lot of high school pitchers that just are better medically. Like, this year and last year's draft, we've seen a lot more high school pitchers where there's a lot less risk involved. Yeah, in the '90s, they used to throw a curveball every 3 pitches. Then in the 2000s, it went to every 5 pitches. 2010s, it was at every 7 pitches, and now with the injury, by 2015, it got up to 10 pitches, and now with the injuries, it's like you're seeing a team throw a curveball every 20, 25 pitches. It only happens once every 20 or 25 pitches, I'd say, a curveball. It only happens every. Yeah, yeah, it is. Exactly. As am I. Moving on to Pittsburgh here, the Pirates, Blake Burke, first baseman, Tennessee. Outside of Charlie Condon and Jack Caglione, the best power hitter in the SEC, ranked 66 on MLB Pipeline's draft rankings, and it's Blake Burke. I think Blake Burke hits with more power than Braden Montgomery, who's projected to go in the top 4. I mocked him to the Athletics at 4, but how far can Blake Burke hit it? Blake Burke can hit the baseball about 400. I believe he can hit it around 439 yards, something like that. Um, I believe that's the exact number, 439 yards. and he is getting underlooked by the mainstream media, a lot of the MLB mock drafters. But he hit a baseball 439 yards. I think he hit one 500 yards too against Gardner Webb. May have been 537 yards, but outside of Condon and Caglione, this guy, even though he's kind of raw, he might have the most power on any batter in the SEC in college baseball. That should say a lot. I know he's ranked at 66 on MLB Pipeline, but if you're the Pirates and you need a first baseman, and this is the best first baseman on the board, and he's on a College World Series championship winning team, you cannot wait until 47 to grab Blake Burke. It's too big of a risk. If this is the best first baseman on the board, and he has the most power outside of Condon and Caglione, go up and get your guy here. Do not overthink this. Yeah. Yeah. He had 37 strikeouts in, basically, I take all the stats from the bios on the college baseball web pages and I add them to the write-ups. 37 strikeouts as a freshman in 2022. He had 49 strikeouts as a sophomore, and he had 48 as a junior. So he had under 50 strikeouts in all 3 seasons at Tennessee when they were on that run. I think he is the dark horse. That's why I had him at 37 because outside of Condon and Caglione, the 2 top 3 picks, 2 top SEC batters, this is the guy who hit the longest distance when it came to home runs in college baseball in the SEC out of every player, and I think that alone warrants a late first round grade. Even if his defense is raw or his bat speed when he doesn't hit home runs isn't what you'd like it to be, I think that's enough to warrant taking him here at 37 because not only the Pirates need a first baseman, he's the best one on the board. So don't wait till 66 for value. Get your guy now. I know it's a little bit of a reach. Yeah. I feel like that's a player. Did you just? But Burke can hit. Yeah. Okay. But what were you gonna say? Or was that just it? The one trick pony thing. You didn't really have a lot to add to that. I mean, he's more hitters. I think the MLB ranked him a lot lower than he should have been ranked, and I think he could be a potential gem in the draft. So if you're in the round of the first round, you need a certain position, and you have to take. Yeah, and with PNC being a pitcher's park, you need a guy that can hit the ball 400, 500 yards. You need that. So, exactly. Rockies finally get their first pitcher at 38. LSU's Friday night starter, Luke Holman, still on the board. He went 9-4, 2.75 ERA, 127 strikeouts. He was the ace pitcher on Alabama in 2023, but he transferred to LSU. Um, he has fastball. He has a slider with that being his best pitch at 81. He has a 77 curveball, but that needs to improve in terms of pitching accuracy. And he's also and while he's got the floor of a number 4 starter and ceiling of a number 1 starter after being the Friday night starter on LSU. But, looking at Luke Holman, I mean, Holman's interesting because you look at he's got a sinker, he's got a variety of pitches, but he doesn't rely on getting strikeouts either. But his floor is that of a number 4 starter. His ceiling is that of a Friday night starter. He took over at LSU as the Friday night starter for Paul Skeens. So, and he did all right in his first year. I don't think he'll be as good as Skeens has been in the bigs, but he did all right for a college pitcher taking over for Skeens. So I have him at 38. And the Royals wrap this first round up with Jonathan Santucci out of Duke. And there were some players Joey watched when he watched Duke Coastal Carolina last year. I think Santucci's a good addition here. 3.41 ERA, 90 strikeouts. He has 2 years of experience as the Friday night starter. Improved his ERA from 4 to 3.41. And he's got a good fastball and a changeup that he rarely uses, 85, and he's got a slider at 81. They're complementary pitches to his fastball. So Santucci could be the number 5 starter for the Royals, and he wraps up the first round. And I did do a second round, so those write-ups are quicker, Joey. But you want to add anything to Santucci before I click the round 2 button, or in just this first round in general? If you don't have anything to add, I'm just going to click the button and start round 2. All right. The Athletics at 40 start things off with Braylon Dowdy from Chaparral High School in California. 2.10 ERA in 2021, 1.42 in 2022, 1.69 in 2023, 1.11 in 2024. He's got fastball. He's got a 2-seam fastball. He's got a lot of things going for him. He's got a power curve, curveball, power slider. He still has to develop his changeup. We'll see what happens with him. But, it's going to be interesting. Some have him going in the compensation portion of the first round, but I can't see a local team that really needs pitching in the worst way possible that's going to be going to Las Vegas in 2028 or 2029 that has the luxury of doing a long-term rebuild. I can't see a team like that passing on Braylon Dowdy at 40. It makes a lot of sense to pick him. Next up, the Royals. They get a catcher to groom behind Salvador Perez. Jacob Cozart is a bargain in the second round. Cozart, 6'3", 222, big guy. He had 10 home runs in 2023. He had 19 this year. Fielding percentage has gotten better each year, 992, 992, 994. So I really, the slugging percentage has gone up each year as well. Well, he maintained a 546 slugging percentage, but yeah. Yes, Joey, I'm here. Wait, I think I muted myself by accident. Can you hear me now? I think I accidentally muted myself. My computer did. My, you, okay. But yeah, Jacob Cozart to the Royals. They get a catcher who has the home run ability, line drive ability, and defense you want. His arm is considered average. His base running is below average, which is why he's sort of one-dimensional if he's not utilized as a power hitter. If you use him as a grounder bunt guy, He's not going to get on base. If you use him as a sack fly guy, that's not going to work with him. Cozart is strictly a power hitter, and he did not get his batting average above 300 until his sophomore year, but he's had it above 300 the last 2 years. But Jacob Cozart, 6'3", 222, could be a good successor to Salvador Perez, who's only player from the Royals' 2015 World Series team still left on Kansas City. The Rockies, they go for Wyatt Sanford, Independence High School batter in Texas. He has a first round grade. He fell to round 2. The White Sox get Ben Hess. Ben Hess, he went 4-0, 3.22 ERA in 7 starts, pitching 36 and a thirds innings. He had 106 strikeouts, but his ERA went up to 5.50. Ben Hess had 2 games with 10 strikeouts against Indiana and LSU. He's got upside to be a number 2 starter, but he is very, very raw. He has the floor of a reliever. That and the fact that he has durability. He suffered 2 season-ending injuries heading into his draft year despite staying healthy this past year. I might have Hess a little bit too high, but this was a preseason first-round prospect. And some still have him going around. Yeah, that's a good point. I definitely can see the risk with Hess. We're gonna move on to 44 though. Joey Oki from yeah, this is whenever I have to use the restroom, I just let Joey continue his rants and then I come back to hear the end of the rant. And basically I let him take over the show whenever I've got business I got to do. But let's get back to the Nationals at 45. Joey Oki from Anarchy Centennial High School in Iowa is the Nationals pick here. He was the Gatorade High School player of Oki, 1.13 ERA. He's got a good two-seam fastball, a slider, an 85 slider, but he doesn't have a four-seam fastball, a curveball, a changeup. But the two-seam fastball can go up to 97 out of the bullpen. He only pitched 49.2 innings, so and his fastball is faster out of the bullpen, so he could be a bullpen guy, he could be a starter, but he went 7-3 with a 1.13 ERA and struck out 91 batters. So I think he's closer to a starter, but I would say it's 70-30. 70% he's a starter, 30% he's a bullpen. Joey would say 60-40, given the fact that he only pitched 49.2 innings despite having 91 strikeouts in that span. So, but he's 6'3", 200. Yeah. 49.2, less than 50. He's good. 91 strikeouts in 49.2 innings is very good. And the 7-3 record of the starter is why I see starter potential. But again, probably looking at you're looking at floor long reliever, ceiling number 4 starter. So you're looking at the projection of okay, long relievers the floor, ceilings number 4 starter. You're either looking at a number 5 starter would be the median there, but you could also argue he might be a sub starter. Like if a number 4 or 5 starters on IL, he comes up and he's the spot starter. And on other situations, he's pitching out of the bullpen. But Oki is the pick for Washington. Washington needs a number 1 starter. They need a closer, but they also need a number 1 starter. And I think I gave the Nationals a pitcher in the compensation round. I may have that may have been another team that I'm thinking of. It was the Rockies, but yeah, I gave the Nationals. But yeah, the Nationals do need a number 1 pitcher in the worst way possible. This might not. This is the best guy on the board, but this might not be your number 1 guy. You might want to look into next year's draft for that. Middle reliever setup. You can do a lot. Yeah. The Angels get Ryan Prager. He was one of the starting pitchers on Texas A&M's team that made it to the championship and lost to Tennessee. 9.1, 2.95 ERA, 124 strikeouts. His fastball can go up to 93 out of the bullpen, but he's added zero velocity on his pitches since high school, which is a big reason why MLB teams ranked him as low as 61, despite showing really good production this year at 6'3", 200 pounds. I do think the Angels need pitching in the worst way possible. They might roll the dice on him. 46, the Mets. I'm going Jared Thomas, first baseman, Texas. Pete Alonso, if he opts to test for free agency, Jared Thomas is one guy that could come up pretty quickly through the minors. There's a lot of first basemen in this draft, Joey. Whether it's Condon, he's got first base experience. He moved to third base this year, but Condon, Caglione, Nick Kurtz, Billy Amick, the Tennessee first baseman that mocked the Pirates, Jared Thomas, Texas. There are a lot of first basemen in this draft that could be plug and play guys. It's ridiculous how many 321 batting average, 4 home runs as a freshman redshirt. He had 16 home runs this year as a sophomore redshirt in 2024. And I he's a guy who can hit home runs, line drives, grounders, and bunts. He's a guy with 5 tool ability that you can get in the second round. Some have him falling to round 3. I don't think he's going to fall that far. I think the value's too high. I think Jared Thomas goes somewhere in the second round. I've got the Mets taking him at 46. I've got the Pirates getting another right fielder. The Pirates need a DH, but here's the thing. There's not really a DH on the board at this point, and while I like Joshua Palacios as right fielder, I mean, the Pirates are going to have a bunch of players in arbitration by 2027. Jack Sawinski, center fielder. Nick Gonzalez, second baseman. Henry Davis, number one pick in 2021. Paul Skeens, number one starter. Josh Jones, number two starter. Luis L. Ortiz, number four starter. Colin Holderman, setup pitcher, will probably be the closer by 2027. Mladzinski, your 2020 first round pick. And your two long relievers are all going to be in arbitration level one by 2027. You've got those 10 guys plus Palacios. I don't see Bob Nutting allowing Ben Cherington to pay 11 guys arbitration money. Somebody's going to get dealt. If you draft a right fielder now to replace Palacios in a few years, you can move him by the time he's in arbitration and keep most of your core intact. That's really the thought process here with the Pirates at 47, since there's not a designated hitter on the. They have. I've been trying to tell you since 2020 the Pirates are a team to watch because I love Nick Gonzalez. I had him at 4 on my board when the Pirates drafted him at 7. He was the only player in the top 5 still available at 7 in 2020. He's in the majors. They took Henry Davis at 1. 2022, they got Termar Johnson, number one player on their board at 4. And then they got Paul Skeens last year. I have been telling you for a few years to keep an eye out on the Pirates. And they took Josh Jones in the second round of that 2020 draft and Mladzinski in the late first. And both of those guys are in the majors. So I've been telling you for a few years to keep an eye on them because I trusted Sherrington. That's true. That's true. But I've been covering the draft since 2012 in this podcast. But go ahead. Yeah. And I can't guarantee Joey will be on tomorrow's live stream for the MLB draft, but I will say this, if he does call in, it'll probably just be picks 1 to 16 because the Guardians have number 1, the Cubs have number 14, and the Marlins have number 16. And he might stay to see who might be on the jumbo shrimp down the road, but he could stay longer than that if he wants, but I feel like 1 to 16 would be the good that's about the right range Joey wants to call in and then stop and then call it a night if he is going to call in tomorrow for the live stream. It'll be the final one of the 2024 calendar year. Is, is Tommy White still in Double A? Tommy White's still in Double A. I'm guessing he'll be in Triple A next year.
Well, the Marlins have nothing to lose by calling up these guys. They're in last place right now, but as far as the Pirates go, the reason I went Kavare Tears, 1,000 fielding percentage in both his freshman redshirt and sophomore redshirt years. He went from 2 to 20 home runs. And Kavare Tears, he creates plus raw power with his bat speed and strength. Despite having a flat left swing, he can hit home runs, line drives. It's the only player I've scouted so far to have a 1,000 fielding percentage in back-to-back seasons, and that doesn't just go to this draft. That goes to every MLB draft I've covered dating back to 2012 on Draft Utopia and 2011 too. Yeah, I have a friend that recommended me on LinkedIn who became a Phillies scout in 2018. I'm not gonna mention their name because I'm not sure if they're cool with me mentioning their name. They might not be cool with me mentioning their name. If they are cool with mentioning their name, I would gladly mention their name, but I also feel like because they have a big job, big responsibility, and the Phillies have done relatively well since 2018 when it comes to scouting players, I also feel like they might not be cool with me mentioning their name. They might want that discretion, that privacy. So I don't really know where to stand on that. So I'm going to play it safe for legal reasons. Yeah, definitely. Good stuff. You definitely want to network with people. Mike Sirota, center fielder, Northeastern. Cleveland drafts a prospect that was a top 5 pick in the second round. He's Mike Sirota was number 4 in my mock to the Athletics back in January. Most of the preseason top 5 picks in the 24 draft cycle have lived up to the hype. Like most of the top 5 picks in the NFL, NHL, and NBA draft, they may have dropped out of the top 5, but they didn't drop all the way out of the first round entirely. And I think that's one of the things that surprised you this year, Joey, because you were expecting that. It didn't quite happen the way you thought it would. And, you know, Mike Sirota, Northeastern center fielder, he was number 5 back in February in most MLB mock drafts. He was number 4 in my mock in January. So he fell to. Yeah, and this is the thing. I mean, Sirota had a 326 batting average as a freshman. He improved that batting average to 344, and he went from 10 stolen bases and 4 home runs as a freshman to 18 home runs and 19 stolen bases as a sophomore. This year, he had a 298 batting average, 7 home runs, still had 19 stolen bases as a junior, but he has the ability to hit home runs, line drives, grounders, butts, has plus bat speed, 5 tool ability despite a down year. And he projects as a 2020 guy in the MLB that can hit 20 home runs and get 20 stolen bases, above average arm, and a glove that can catch anything that comes his way. He's also the nephew of longtime MLB legend Whitey Ford. He has got the size of Byron Buxton and the batting stance technique of Mike Trout. Um, I would say his floor is Pirate center fielder Jack Segwinski, and I'd say his ceiling is Mike Trout. But the fact that he's got the size of Buxton, the batting stance technique of Mike Trout, who was number one player in fantasy baseball for like 4 or 5 years before his injuries, I think that makes him a bargain at 48. And it could potentially be a massive bargain if he becomes the player he was hyped up to be back in February. So I say it's too good to pass on here. And there was a lot of pressure on this kid too, because Northeastern only had 4 or 5 top 5 picks. I mean, Northeastern doesn't have a good track record with first round picks. I know they're my mom's alma mater, and I apologize in advance, mom, but the track record with Northeastern's first round picks is not good. They have Carlos Pena. He went in the top 10. They had Jamie Oleksiak. They had Jamie Oleksiak, the Dallas Stars 2011 first round pick. Alan Jackson, a pitcher drafted by the Pirates in 1970. Those are the only 3 other players to be drafted in the top 14 of a draft by Northeastern dating back to 1970. And I thought Sirota had a chance to get picked ahead of all of them, which should say something. But I think all of that pressure on being the highest draft pick in Northeastern history got to him. And I think that may have contributed to the down year. But there's not going to be as much pressure if he goes to a team like Cleveland in the second round where he can develop at his own pace. And I think in this situation, he could be one of the draft steals of round two. Yeah. Yeah. And this guy was the number one center fielder in the draft at the beginning of the year. So, I mean, I am all for this being the pick at 48 if he's there. He's ranked 50th on MLB.com, but I don't consider this a reach at 48. I consider it a steal, if anything. I think he could go in the sandwich portion of the first round. I do consider Sirota at 36. When the Guardians were up at 36, I narrowed that pick down to 2 players, David Shields and Mike Sirota. Those were the 2 players I had in mind at 36. And if Shields is off the board before 36, I have zero issue with Sirota being the pick there. That would be my backup plan. That was a very tough decision between Shields and Sirota. It was a 1A, 1B decision for me, Joey. If you really think about it, it was a 1A, 1B situation where you couldn't go wrong either way. We're talking Byron Buxton, Mike Trout upside. Those are arguably 2 of the top 10 center fielders in the league. You could argue 2 of the top 5 when both are healthy. So that is massive upside. You're right.
The Tigers get Ryan Johnson out of Dallas Baptist at 49. Um, he set the school record for strikeouts in a season with 151, record for wins by a pitcher, and the record for career strikeouts. One pitcher went 49th over one Dallas Baptist pitcher. The highest a Dallas Baptist pitcher has ever been drafted is 49th overall. So Johnson would tie that record, and he went 11-3, two no decisions, 151 strikeouts this year. His fastball's a 96 and 92. He's got an 81 slider, which is his best pitch. He's also got a cutter fastball, but his curveball and changeup, he has 5+ pitches, and his fastball can go up to 100 out of the bullpen. So probably are getting a high you probably are getting a number 4, number 5 starter, but if he plays closer, he could be an Aroldis Chapman in his prime type pitcher if because his fastball does go up to 100 out of a bullpen. So you could be looking at Aroldis Chapman's like stuff if you move him to the pen, but you're also getting a guy who I think has enough pitch mixes in his variety and that college experience to be a number 4, number 5 starter on the Tigers down the road with Ryan Johnson. And the Boston Red Sox draft Boston Biscuit. Back in the day, the format for a bullpen was one closer, one setup pitcher, four middle relievers, two long relievers. That was the traditional format for a bullpen back in the day. We're starting to see some teams bring that back, but we got other teams that have like two or three closers, two or three setup pitchers, and they saturate their bullpens with closers and setup pitchers for the eighth, ninth innings. And they're very scarce when it comes to middle reliever and long reliever if they are down early. Most bullpens only have 8 pitchers in them. That's what we're getting at. Most the traditional MLB bullpen, 2 long relievers, 4 middle relievers, 1 setup, 1 closer, 8 bullpen guys. If you put 2 or 3 closers and 2 or 3 setup pitchers in, that leaves you with 1 middle reliever and 1 long reliever. That's not a recipe for success. That's a recipe for depending on your starting pitchers to give you 7 innings. That's not a recipe for success or sustainability, in my opinion. The Pirates do have a good bullpen, but it started shaky at the beginning of the year, and now it's caught its stride down the stretch. But there were Pirates fans claiming to keep Paul Skeens in. They pulled him after the 7th inning at 99 pitches, but there were fans that wanted him to stay in the game because he had a no-hitter going. So and it was a 1-0 game. Yeah. And some teams only want to have 6 bullpen guys instead of 8 and have 6 or 7. So some teams, they will only want to have 6 bullpen guys and have a 6th and 7th starter, but they're spot starters slash long relievers, like hybrid roles. And it's just, no, this is part of the problem. And look, Ryan Johnson has a fastball that's very similar to Aroldis Chapman's if you play him out of the bullpen, but he's 11-3 as a starter. I don't really have an issue with Detroit drafting him as a back end starter, but at the same token, he might be better out of the bullpen with that 100. If that fastball can go up to 100 out of the bullpen, in that circumstance, you may have to consider the bullpen. So I'd say the floor is closer and the ceiling is number 4, number 5 starter. Yep. Yep. I still think Johnson has more value as a starter, but if he can throw 100 out of the bullpen, I'm open to either starting or playing out of the pen if I'm the Tigers. Yep. Yep. Yeah, because yeah, and that's the thing. The Tigers can bring up Johnson up to the bullpen right now. If they want him as a bullpen arm instead of a starter, even though he's got starter ability, if they want him as a bullpen arm, they can bring him up like right now, and he could probably contribute as a bullpen arm with that 100-mile-an-hour fastball. So Boston Bateman goes to the Boston Red Sox, Camarillo High School. 6'8", 240, had a 1.4 ERA as a sophomore, 3-1, 1.7 ERA, went 2-1. This year he went 11-1 with a 0.54 ERA, and he had 7 home runs. So the Boston Red Sox draft Boston Bateman. Yes, that's the name of the pitcher. That's the name of the pitcher, Boston Bateman. So at Camarillo High School. He has a 97 four seam, 92 two seam, 80 80-mile-an-hour slot power curve, 75 curveball. Both pitches are plus pitches. They're MLB ready. He's got two fastballs and two curveballs that are MLB ready. His slider and changeup need work. He's gonna have to develop those in the minor leagues. But Boston Bateman, very underrated high school arm. He's got 4 pitches if you count the 2 curveballs and the 2 fastballs, because he's got a 4-seam, a 2-seam, a power curve, and a regular curve, so yeah, but those 4 pitches are major league ready now. The 2 fastballs, the 2 curveballs, 2 plus 2, that's 4, but yeah, it's like those 4 pitches are MLB ready now. But if you take the variety of fastball, 4-seam, 2-seam, power curve, regular curve, that's 4 plus pitches that are MLB ready. He could have 6 plus pitches if you play the long game, but he could also, if you want him as a bullpen guy, he's probably ready now, even though he's a high school arm. But it just depends. What do the Red Sox want to do? Yeah. The Reds get Dante Nori out of Northville High School in Michigan. He led Northville High School to the Division One state championship. He won the Mr. Baseball award. 469 batting average, only 2 home runs, but 14 doubles, 7 triples. His 7 triples are the most by any player in this draft. Oh, and Dante Nori's 60-yard dash is pretty much the equivalent to Xavier Worthy's 40-yard dash. He ran a 6.15 60-yard dash. Dante Nori of Northville High School in Michigan. He won the Division One state championship. Yeah, Dante Nori. Yeah, yeah, and it's not just that. His family tree, outside of outside of the pitcher I gave the Guardians from Mount Lebanon, David Shields, he probably has the best family tree of any high school player in the draft. Because get this, Dante Nori, his grandfather, Fred Nori, recruited Kyle Schwarber to Indiana. His father, Micah Nori, is a longtime assistant coach with the Minnesota Timberwolves. So, grandfather was a recruiter in college baseball. His dad is on the Timberwolves. So, yeah, Dante Nori, another player with a good family background. Um, he was Mr. Baseball in the state of Michigan. Yeah, yeah. His plate discipline's exceptional too. I know he only posted a 469 batting average. I know he only posted 2 home runs, but he led the country in triples with 7, and his plate discipline is exceptional. I would argue his plate discipline is better than JJ Weatherhold of West Virginia. He only struck out 10 times in 115 at bats. That is except And he's fast as hell. Like, he ran a 6.15 60-yard dash. That is the fastest 60-yard dash in all my years that I've seen as a scout. He also ran a 1.42 10-yard split. And there are some guys at the combine that didn't even run 10-yard splits that fast. There are some players at the NFL combine that ran the 10-yard splits, but their 10-yard splits were lower than 1.42. So, Yeah, the 1.42 10-yard split and the 6.15 60-yard dash are excellent, but those aren't the only analytics. Dante Nori also has an 86 mile per hour exit velocity on his pitches. He was like a spot starter in high school. He's mainly a bat. 71.74 miles per hour when running. That is that is his actual speed when running, 71.74 miles an hour. That's how fast he runs when running from home plate to first base. He has 63.19 mile per hour bat speed and 19.91 hand speed average when catching the ball and throwing it to bases. So those are all the analytics, not just the not just the bat speed analytics, not just the 60-yard dash, but the speed from when it takes him to throw the ball to first base at center fielder, the bat speed, the miles per hour running from home plate. Gave you all the analytics for Dante Nori. They are exceptional. That's why, and the Reds do need a center fielder they can groom behind Fairchild, who isn't in arbitration 2026. But the crazy thing is, I could see Nori taking Fairchild's job by 2027 because his ceiling's just Fairchild's a nice spot starter, but Nori's ceiling's just much higher, Joey. From a speed standpoint, his ceiling is much higher, and the plate discipline's good too. His fielding percentage did not say. They give you fielding percentages for college guys, not high school guys. But Northville High School did win the state championship in Michigan, and Nori was the catalyst of that state championship team. Yeah. I'm looking that up right now. I'm looking that up right now because I did get the Dante Nori stats, but they may have been under batting rather than fielding. I'm gonna check the fielding section of Max Preps. Nope, they don't. Max Preps does not have stats for Dante Nori. Um, I went on M Live and found these numbers. They did not list M Live did not list his fielding percentage. Um, they did not. So they listed everything else. Yeah, he might. Okay, so Mikanori is this so Mikanori went to the Timberwolves recently, but Dante Nori was Toronto born and he is Mikanori was an assistant on the Raptors when they won the NBA Finals, and he went to the Timberwolves this year. Um, okay, here I found this is Canadian Baseball Network ranked the top Canadians, and Dante Nori is their number one Canadian, born in Toronto, um, committed to Mississippi State. He attended Chase Field, the Diamondbacks for the MLB Combine. The day dot he was a former middle infield. Mika was a former middle infielder. His grandpa was an infielder at Indiana as well. Fred, yeah, so Fred Nori, he was an infielder at Indiana. That's why he was able to recruit Kyle Schwarber. But yeah, he hit 452 this year. Apparently, he's been hitting 452. I'm trying to get the fielding percentage. He was 2 for 2 on a triple, 3 for 3 on a pair of doubles in this game. The player comps is Corbin Carroll, the Arizona Diamondbacks. That is the player comp. Corbin Carroll was a catalyst for the Diamondbacks as a rookie last year. So they do not list his he batted they give you his 2023 numbers. He batted 309. He was 462 in 2022. He was 667 in 2021, but they don't give you They're giving you numbers. So he's had a batting average of 300 dating all the way back to 2018. And he's 19. He'll turn 20 in October. I know he's one of the oldest prep players in the draft, but he has the best 60-yard dash. Um, he should stick to center fielder. He will be a solid defender. No fielding percentage listed, but he is he has solid fielding. He has solid defense. That's what they're saying in the scouting report on him. So his defense is solid. But there's no fielding percentage. I wish I could get you that information. It has not been added to the it hasn't. So I don't have that information, unfortunately. But the Yankees and the Astros have spoken with him from what I read at the MLB Combine. So he could sneak into the first round in one of those teams. Uh, yeah. It's funny you mention Kenny Lofton because I was thinking of Willie Mays Hayes from Major League as a player comp for Nori, like the real life version of Willie Mays Hayes. Yeah, yeah. There were talks to reboot the Major League franchise with, Charlie Sheen and Wesley Snipes as, like, managers. I think that may happen in the future because if the Guardians get to a World Series or win a World Series, they're gonna wanna reboot Major League as the Guardians. They're just gonna want to. Even though I like the Indians name better, if the Guardians get to a World Series or win a World Series, they're gonna wanna reboot Major League as the Guardians. But they'll have a new I agree, Joey, it won't work, it'll be a disaster, it'll be like Coming to America 2, they made a sequel to Coming to America, great movie, Coming to America 1 in the '80s with Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall, great movie. They made it that was a great movie, and you had James Earl Jones as the dad to Eddie Murphy in that movie. That was a fantastic first movie, but they made a sequel to that and it was more progressive, it was more woke, it was more politically correct, and it just wasn't as good as the first one. I feel like if they made a major league reboot as the Guardians, I feel like you get a Coming to America too. Like that's the thing. They've already did make a major league too, but I'm talking about a reboot. I'm talking about a reboot to the major league franchise as the Guardians. With new actors that are Gen Z and millennials. I think that's an awful idea, but I could see them doing it. I could see movie companies are greedy. I know I'm getting on a movie rant, but these movie companies are greedy. They want money, and there's already talk about Netflix producing Happy Gilmore 2. And do I think there should be a Happy Gilmore 2 personally? No, but I could see the thought process in Happy Gilmore 2 because you could have Happy Gilmore and Shooter McGavin teaming up to save the PGA Tour from LIV because LIV has become more popular in golf. So you could have Gilmore and Shooter McGavin actually teaming up to keep PGA Tour golfers to going to LIV. That could be the plot. And that would work. And that would work if you kept the same actors and you kept the same storylines from the original Happy Gilmore, in theory, that could work. Would it be as good as the original? Hell no. But in theory, that could work. And I think that's the thing movie directors and movie companies are seeing in streaming services. If this can work in theory, we're fucking making it. We need money. That's pretty much how it works now. Yeah, and I feel like the closest we would get to a Gen X or pre-millennial actor would be Joseph Gordon-Levitt, who was in Angels in the Outfield as a kid. I feel like if you got him in to be one of the ball players in the movie, you could go that route. You could also bring in Chris Pratt, who was in Moneyball. You could go that route too. But it's like I don't know what they would do. If you go with anyone outside of Gordon Levitt or Pratt, and you go with a bunch of no name actors that are Gen Z or millennials, I think this movie bombs, and I bombs hard. Yeah, look, yeah. So I think if you go with Gordon Levitt and Pratt, you can make this work. But if you don't, it's like, all right. Sorry about the movie rant. We're on to 52. The Padres get it was. Yeah, it is all baseball. You're right. The Padres get a catcher here. Kevin Bazell, best catcher on the board at this point in the second round at 52. He's a power bat. He only hits home runs and line drives. He's got a great glove, surprisingly good arm for throwing outs. He can play third base, first base, and left field or right field with his versatility, but catcher is his main position. 6'1", 205, good size for a catcher. The Yankees go with Desan Hill. He went 10-0 with a 0.99 ERA. He has a four seam and two seam fastball, both 93, 90-mile-an-hour sinker, 88 slider, 88 power slider, 87 regular slider, 75 curveball, no power curve, but a changeup that has low sink. He's a high school pitcher that the Yankees can stash and develop for the future. And all right, so the Cubs, they're going to get Griff O'Farrell here. Dansby Swanson entered this week with a huge slump, one hit in 15 games. I know he's under contract with the Cubs until 2030. I'm aware of that. But if there's Griff Farrell is listed as 35 on some MLB big boards, he might be of the only reason I didn't mock him in the first round is because so many teams have good shortstops. And I just think it's irresponsible to draft a shortstop in the first round if you have an established player at that position. But this is where the shortstop run in the round two is going to come into effect here. Griff O'Farrell's going to go to the Cubs. That's what I've been saying too. Yeah, and that's Griff O'Farrell at this point. 35th best player in MLB's rankings at 54. Some have him going in the first round, and he's there in round 2. Had a batting average of 300 in all 3 years. 17 steals as a freshman, 16 as a sophomore, 17 as a junior. He doesn't bring much to the table outside of getting on base and stealing bases, but you know, he can develop into a replacement for Dansby Swanson, and if he makes it up to majors relatively quickly, he could use him as a you could use him as a pinch runner because of his track record with stolen bases. It's or a pinch hitter. He could be a pinch hitter and a pinch runner if you bring him up to the majors relatively quickly. So that's the thing. Dansby Swanson's in a slump, and you're down by a few runs. You can bring O'Farrell up as like a pinch hitter and a pinch runner. Yeah, no problem. No, what I don't blame you. Tyson Lewis from Millard West High School in Nebraska goes to the Mariners. 496 batting average, 14 doubles, 7 triples, 8 home runs, 912 slugging percentage. If Cole Young, the North Allegheny shortstop, converts to second base like many expect, then Tyson Lewis can be your shortstop of the future. The Marlins get a shortstop, Carter Johnson from Oxford High School in Alabama. I do have another shortstop going the Rays at 58, but before that, I have Bryce McCage from the Pennington School in New. Yeah, Carter Johnson. They drafted a shortstop in the first round of the 2021 draft. I think Khalil Watson, but I think they traded him away due to maturity issues. So they have to reload at shortstop because they had planned for Watson to be the shortstop of the future, but that didn't work out. Their current starting shortstop's not very good. So Carter Johnson, long-term project, but yep. Yep. I get it, MLB Network. There's 12 or 13 shortstops in the top 50, but the problem is there's not 12 or 13 teams in the market for a shortstop right now, long term. There's like 7, 10 because so many teams have good shortstops right now under contract. But it's been that way for a few years now. You've been following the MLB draft all the way back to 2015. 2015 was what started the golden age of shortstops in the draft, and every other subsequential draft has had good shortstops. So now we're at a point where supply outweighs the demand. I agree. I think we're going to see at least yeah, if everybody develops correctly and guys still go from team to team in free agency, I think we'll be at a point where we have 10, 14, maybe as many as 16 teams with a utility player that's an infielder. But he's good enough to start, but the market just there's no marketplace for him at the moment.
Well, Jimenez isn't a free agent until 2029, I believe. 2029 is when Jimenez is a UFA. And Bazana, if you bring him up to the majors this year, he will not be a UFA until 2031. If you bring him up next year, he will not be a UFA until 2032. Yeah, it's true. Bryce McCage from the Pennington High School goes to the Brewers. He went 7-0 as a junior, 0.24. He went 3-1 with a 0.84. He has a 95 fastball and 85 slider. Those are his two plus pitches. His curve and changeup need refinement. But his ERA has been very consistent. Luke Dickerson from Morris Knolls High School in New Jersey. He replaces Wander Franco, who got charged with the charges. Um, you know, Morris Knolls. Yeah, Luke Dickerson from Morris Knolls in New Jersey. No, Morris Knolls. Morris. You didn't hear the M in Morris, but yeah, it's like yeah. No, yeah. 6'6", 195. 375 batting average as a sophomore, 483 as a senior, 467 this year. But he had 18 home runs at the high school level. That is the most among any high school batter in this year's draft, the 18 home runs. And Wander Franco, a very unfortunate situation with Wander Franco. This guy had a 12-year contract with the Rays, and he gets accused of sexual assault with a 14-year-old girl, and then they found out that he was going to be he hasn't been officially convicted yet, but they found evidence backing the case in Mexico during the investigation for Franco, which had been going on for 6 months. This week they found evidence. He hasn't been convicted yet, but he's been transferred from the team roster to the absentee roster. Like, so his as long as he's on the absentee list, his salary will be null and void, but he's not cut from the team yet. He hasn't been released by the team. If this were the NFL and something like that happened, boom, you're banned. You're not even released from the team. You're blacklisted, you're banned, you're out for life. Yep. So the Rays are the Rays are no longer paying the 82 million dollar contract. He has not been released from the Rays. Well, maybe they has because is a he's still on the Rays active roster, but they have stopped paying the contract, he's been put on the restricted list, and there's also evidence that came out last night saying
Franco used his mother to pay the mother of a minor he's accused of abusing, documents say. So is the mother looking at time now too? Because if she is an accomplice in this, the courts might rule her against something as well. I don't think it'd be as severe. I don't want to get into that can of worms, but that is a development according to. No. If a player is on the restricted list, the team can withhold payment of that player. And the 3 clauses might be unavailable for non-baseball related purposes, mainly due to personal or legal issues. Thinking about retiring, but is capable of making a return. So if a player just wants to retire, but then come back mid-season, they can, or they leave the team without authentic reasons. So let me put it this way: if we had the restricted list in the '90s, Deion Sanders would probably be on the restricted list. Wait, because Dion, he played football and baseball at the same time in the '90s. So if we had this in the '90s, I think the Braves would have used it. Yeah, it is. Agreed. I'm gonna get to Toronto here at 59. They go Dax Whitney, 6'5", 195. He went 2-0 with a 2.83 ERA as a freshman, 2.46 forward 2 as a sophomore, 1.03, 5-1 as a junior. He went 10-0 as a 0.27 ERA. Has a 93 fastball, 73 curve, 83 slider. Has a feel for a changeup as both his curveball and slider have 3/4 tilt. The Oregon State commitment has a chance to have a legitimate 4-pitch mix as a starting pitcher if he can reach the MLB. I think the Blue Jays can gamble on Dax Whitney here. I think if Whitney does not go to Toronto, does not go in the first 2 rounds, I think he goes to Oregon State, and Whitney's a guy we could hear about in the top 5 of the future MLB draft if he takes the college route. But I think if he goes the M ML high school route to the MLB, I think we could see him up as well. Levi Sterling from Notre Dame High School, he posted a 0.55 ERA as a junior, 2.62 as a senior, but he has a fastball, slider, and curveball. It's the changeup that needs to be refined. Everything else is there. Um, his slider should be MLB ready in a year or so. The fastball and curveball are ready now. The slider should be ready in a year. Refining the changeup's really all you have to do if you're Sterling's pitching coach in the minor leagues. So that should get him picked at 60. Sterling, 6'5", 200. Chris Lenovis, Christian Brothers Academy, 6'2", 175. Um, he had 0.98 ERA as a junior, 72 strikeouts, 0.44, 68 strikeouts as a senior. Has a 4-seam and 2-seam that go up to 96, 82 slider, 75 curveball with 3,000 RPM, 81 changeup. 4-pitch arsenal, but inconsistent command until this spring. High energy, high intensity pitcher, has traits to develop into a starter. The Braves get Gage Jump at 62. Gage Jump, he was a serviceable Friday night starter. LSU had 2 Friday night starters. Gage Jumps, no Paul Skeens, but him and Luke Holden were both Friday night starters for LSU at different points in the season. But Gage jumped to the Braves at 62. The Phillies get Drew Beam. I think Gage Jump entered the year as the Friday night starter, but Luke Holman ended up taking the Friday night starter job from him as the season progressed. So, to clarify that, Phillies get Drew Beam, Tennessee pitcher, who ended up taking the number one. Drew Beam was the Sunday night starter behind Dollander and Chase Burns in 2023. He became the number one starter this past year. He's not a 100 strikeout guy yet. He has up to 7 different pitches. And he has is injury. His medicals are about as comparable as Michael Penix Jr. His medicals are about as comparable to Michael Penix Jr. I would say Washington Huskies quarterback Michael Penix Jr. He has potential to be the steal of the draft, but you got to get Beam's medical history. There's no question if he's fully healthy, he could be a day one pick if he has a good 2024 year. I don't think he had that. But yeah, Josh Hartle, he entered the preseason as the number one pitcher to challenge Hagen Smith, Trey Burns, and Trey Savage. But he falls to the Diamondbacks at 64. He had a 5.79 ERA, career worst ERA after entering the year as the number one starter. Chase Burns also supplanted him as the number one starter. And he does remind me of Jordan Wicks, the Cubs 2021 first round pick. There is a lot to like. He has about 8 different pitches, most I've seen since Wicks had 11. But, Chase Mobley, Durant High School, he has a 93-mile-an-hour fastball that can get up to 99 out of the bullpen. That's his one signature pitch. Curveball, slider, changeup, those 3 all need refinement. He did go 4-1 with a 1.35 ERA and 80 strikeouts at Durant High School. And Chase Mobley to the Rangers at 65. Anything you want to say before we get to the comp picks, Joey, for round 2? Because picks 66 through 74 are all comp picks. All right, Daniel Egan, Presbyterian College. He dominated there. 6-2, 267, 122 strikeouts in 77.2 innings. He has a 94 4-seam, 93 2-seam, 82 power curve, 77 curve, 85 slider, 86 changeup. That's too firm. He's the Big South pitcher of the year. His fastballs and curveballs are MLB ready. His slider and changeup need to be refined. Cole Mathis, first baseman, Charleston. This is a guy that was actually mocked the Guardians in the 3rd round. But I think the Brewers, they get him here. He could sneak into round 2. He is much better than where MLB.com is ranking him. Some teams view him as a back-end starter, but I think the versatility does push him up a little bit. And Cole Mathis, he had 14 home runs this past season at Charleston, stayed all 3 years at College of Charleston. And he, even though his ERA was under 4 in both seasons, he's a better batter than pitcher. And his batting average was .330 or higher each of the last 2 seasons. He controls the strike zone well. He can hit home runs and line drives. Doesn't have enough speed to get on base consistently when it comes to grounders and bunts. Plus arm strength. Elbow injury kept him from pitching in 2024. But he is a better batter than pitcher. He's not going to pitch. He's just going to bat in the majors. Chris Cortez, 10-3, 2.78 ERA. He has a fastball, slider, and changeup. He began the year as a starter, but he moved to the bullpen. And he had 5-inning game against Oregon out of the bullpen. So he can play long reliever, middle reliever, setup, and closer. He can play anywhere in the bullpen. And Cortez is considered the top bullpen arm in the draft. So the first true bullpen arm comes off the board at 68. The Minnesota Twins get Aiden May, who went 7-1 at Oregon State with a 3.05 ERA and 84 strikeouts, 95-mile-an-hour fastball, 82 slider. Slider has 3,000 RPM. It's considered a power slider. He also has a changeup. He's going to need to develop a curveball, but he's going to have to refine his changeup in the minors as well. But there is a lot to like with Aiden May. Marlins get Peyton Toll. Peyton Toll went 7-4 with a 3.21 ERA and 14 starts. He had one complete game shutout, and it was on the road against an Oklahoma State team that has Carson Bench. So he threw a complete game shutout against Carson Bench. That actually does stand out to a degree, Joey, here at pick number 70. I know we're at the point where you just want me to read through the picks so we could end this, but you have to admit that he transfers from Wichita State to TCU, and Peyton Toll, he threw a complete game shutout against Carson Bench. So that does stand out in a way. Like a complete 9-inning shutout or no runs allowed. We really don't. I don't think we've seen a complete game shutout this year, Joey. I don't think we saw one last year either. And with the way pitching's going, I'm not sure if we'll ever see one again. But the fact that he threw a complete game shutout is why he's in the discussion here at 70. Peyton Stovall, you've been saying that Jonathan India needs to be replaced. Peyton Stovall, Arkansas second baseman. This is a player who's been on my radar for a few years. He's been on my radar since he took Arkansas to the College World Series in 22 as a freshman. He's a team captain last year. He came back. Stovall. I think Stovall goes to the Reds here. 340 batting average, 107 total bases, 39 hits, 409 on base percentage, 9 home runs, 38 RBIs, 20 walks, 535 slugging percentage, 988 fielding percentage this year. So a lot to like with Stovall. Kai Stephen, Mississippi State pitcher, 3.28 ERA, 107 strikeouts in 96 innings pitched as a junior. He lacks a true plus pitch. He has a fastball at 93, an 85 changeup, an 84 slider, 78 curve. He lacks a true plus pitch, but he has the floor of a number 5 starter and the ceiling of a number 1 starter. And he was Mississippi State's Friday night starter over the other pitcher to begin the year. He was the Friday night starter to begin the year before the pitcher you mentioned that I mocked, the Braves, ended up taking the number 1 starter. Yes, so he was the Friday night starter to begin the year. Two more picks left, the Athletics and the Angels. So the AL West teams are going to wrap up this draft here at 73 and 74. Gage Zeal, the Miami Hurricanes pitcher, 3.87 and 15 starts, 2 complete games, 100 innings, 89 strikeouts. He has a 95 four-seam, 86 cutter slider. He's the only pitcher in the first 2 rounds with a cutter slider, an 85 slider. He's got experience as both a starting pitcher and reliever. He's got to develop his curveball while refining his changeup. He does have 3 MLB pitches. I think if you want to use him out of the bullpen, you can right now. But if you want him to be a starter, you're going to have to develop him in the minors. But the Athletics really don't want to put a team together that can contend until 2029 or 2028 or 2029 when they go to Vegas. They can take a long-term approach with Zeal. And then wrapping up round 2, Caleb Bonnemer. I mocked this guy to the Rays at 17 at the beginning of the year. He's Michigan's best high school shortstop since Derek Jeter was drafted by the Yankees. He was the 2023 Gatorade High School Player of the Year in 23. He also won Gatorade High School Player of the Year this year while carrying a 3.89 ERA. And he also helps youth baseball teams with coaching and community service during his free time. And he hit a home run at the National Showcase game leading up to the 2024 MLB Draft. So that's Caleb Bonnemer, and that's the mock draft. The MLB Futures game does start at 4 p.m. I talked about Cole Young. I can go through the roster for that briefly here. but we're pretty much done after I talk about the futures game. I'll give you guys the rosters for the futures game. In a way, I like the futures game more than the All-Star game. Futures game is on I think it's on MLB Network, not ESPN, Joey, but the futures game is basically it's the All-Star game for minor league players. Basically some of the notable pitchers, and there's not really a notable pitcher in the American League. AJ Blubach, Caden Donna, Ben Curdia, Luis Morales, Fernando Perez, Winston Santos, Noah Schultz, Emilio Tato. I don't really see a pitcher that stands out among that group. Now, the catchers, we have Harry Ford, a former first round pick by the Mariners, and Kyle Teel, the Red Sox first round pick in last year's draft, are both catchers. Um, Marcelo Mayer's going to be starting at shortstop. He was in this game last year. Apparently, he's on the Portland Sea Dogs. I thought he was still in Double A, but this is saying he's in Triple A. Colson Montgomery, the White Sox shortstop of the future, is in Triple A. Cole Young is on the Arkansas Travelers in Double A. He will be in this game. So already a few names like Mayer, Montgomery, and Young. A few guys, three different guys that can play shortstop. I think Young will probably start at second base in this game. Outfielders for the American League. Jason Churio from the Guardians, who's in Single A, is gonna be one of the outfielders in here. That's the only Cleveland player in this game. Gavin Cross, former Virginia Tech right fielder that the Royals drafted in 2022, is going to be in this game. Adrian Beltre is the manager for the American League team. Raul Ibanez is the bench coach. Prince Fielder is the hitting coach. Francisco Cordero is the pitching coach. Derek Holland, bullpen coach. Nelson Cruz, third base coach. Mitch Moreland, first base coach. Kenny Holmberg's a coach. Elvis Andrus, infield coach. Alex Rodriguez is an athletic trainer. The Alex Rodriguez, who commentates for Fox. He's an athletic trainer for quite the coaching staff for this American League team, Joey, with a lot of former big league players. It really does stand out in a way. But yeah, what are your thoughts on the American League team in the futures game today? I think some of the catchers and infielders stood out. The outfielders outside of Cross really didn't stand out, but the coaching did stand out for me. So I just wanted to bring that up for the American League team in the futures game. Anything stand out for you in this futures game with the American League before I get to the National League? All right, I'll get to the National League. Yeah, and I'm looking at the National League right now, and the National League pitching lineup just blows the American League out of the water. Last year, I think the National League won the futures game, but the pitching prospects, we have Bubba Chandler, Pirates 2021 second round pick. Chase Dollinger, Rockies first round pick last year, is in this game. Rhett Lauder, another guy who went up against Paul Skeens, is in this game. Noble Meyer, the Marlins first round pick in last year's draft, is in this game at pitcher. He's in single A plus right now. Noble Meyer. He'll probably get promoted to double A before the end of the season. I would not be Noble Meyer's a guy to keep an eye on. He could be on the jumbo shrimp as early as next season. I think he'll be there by 2026 at the latest. And Brandon Sproat, a Mets pitcher, and Thomas White, who's also on below Sky Carp. So two Marlins pitchers on below Sky Carp and A+. National League pitchers, there's some pitchers that stand out in this National League team. I don't see any catchers that stand out. Cam Collier, he was a infielder that the Reds drafted in the first round, late first round, one of the youngest players in the draft. He doesn't even turn 20. He doesn't. I think he turns 20 in he turns 20 in November after the season ends. Devi Deviason de Los Santos, Diamondbacks. Termar Johnson, Pirates player I told you about earlier. He's in this game today. He's still in single A plus, but he is in the game. So I think Termar Johnson's the big name to watch for the National League. The outfielders in this game will be Dylan Cruz, who's on the Rochester Red Wings. Drew Jones, the son of Andrew Jones, went second overall in the 22 draft. You also have Justin Crawford and James Triantos, the Tennessee Smokies. But I think Cruz and Jones and Termar Johnson are like the three batters that stand out as far as the star power goes. And for the National League, we have Michael Young as the manager. We have Ian Kinsler as the bench coach. Mark Teixeira as the hitting coach. So we have Prince Fielder and Mark Teixeira as the hitting coaches. Darren Oliver's the pitching coach. Colby Lewis, bullpen coach. Gabe Alvarez, third base coach. Gary Matthews Jr., first base coach. Vernon Wells is a coach. And Nate Brooks is the athletic trainer. Okay, so Brooks Lee, who was drafted 8th by the Twins, got replaced. But the National League, I think there's better pitching on the National League. The National League, it's the futures game. Uh, the chat, the, he's in Double A. He's on the Chattanooga Lookouts. Chattanooga Lookouts in Double A. Reds AAA team. I'll look that up right now. Louisville Bats. Louisville Bats is the AAA team Rhett Lauder will be on when he gets promoted to AAA. So you just have to look for. The Rochester Red Wings have Dylan Cruz. I'm gonna look up the Jumbo Shrimp schedule, see if they play Rochester. I think they're in opposite conferences, Joey. But Dylan Cruz was the number 2 pick in the 2023 MLB draft. I don't know if they play Rochester. I'm going to look up the schedule right now and find out. Because if they play Rochester, that might be a game to go to. I suggested going to a game against the Indianapolis Indians, but Paul Skeens got called up, which sort of put that plan on delay. But we are going to have a 2-week hiatus after next Saturday's show. And next Saturday, we'll be breaking down the. It's weird because it's not showing me the Jumbo Shrimp are not showing me their schedule. Like I've actually on MILB. I'm on the schedule, but they're not showing me the schedule. It's weird. Site's acting up. I'll go to Baseball America. They'll probably have a better schedule for the games here. So they play the Charlotte Knights, Indianapolis Indians. Wait, this is June. This is not July. This is June, so I have to keep scrolling down. So they're playing the Gwinnett Strippers. I don't know. They used to be the Gwinnett Braves. Oh, it says Stripers. Stripers. I believe that's Stripers. It might be Strippers. I don't know. I don't know why I'm talking about stuff like that on this podcast, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. It's the name of the baseball team. Well, here's the thing, Joey. There is the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp play the Louisville Bats in September. So if Rhett Lauder gets promoted from AAA between now and September, that is a 6-game series. I don't know who the home team is. Baseball America does not list the home teams, and that is very problematic because I don't know if they're playing at the Jumbo Shrimp or if they're going on the road. So that is extremely problematic. Yeah, I'll look it up, but I think there is, but they're not listing the is today Saturday, July 13th. Um there is a game tonight. In fact, there's a promo on the Jumbo Shrimp's Facebook page. Publix $1 family movie night. They are running a promo, so I think they are playing at home tonight. It is a promo. Um, it is a $1 ticket, for yeah, I'm looking at the, no, they are playing the Gwinnett Stripers in Lawrenceville, Georgia. It is $1. So the next home game is the 19th against the Durham Bulls on Friday. That is I'm looking at the next home. They play the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs from July 30th to August set August 3rd, August 4th. Who? Durham Bulls, I believe they're the Tigers affiliate. I'm looking that up right now. The Durham Bulls are the Tampa Bay Rays affiliate, actually. So they're the Tampa Bay Rays minor league team. They do play the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. I believe that's the Phillies AAA team. Um, Let me look up Phillies prospects. They're in opposite conferences, I believe. The Clippers are in I think the Clippers are in the International League and the Jumbo Shrimp are in the Pacific. But Mick Abel, the Phillies 2020 first round pick high school pitcher, will be pitching on one of those games when the Jumbo Shrimp take on the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. Um, Mick Abel, the Phillies 2020 first round pick who's in AAA, will be pitching for Lehigh Valley in one of those days from July 30th to August 4th. I don't know what day to be exact, but it is going to be one of those days. Um, they also he's in AAA. It's not a failure yet. It's not a failure yet because he's in AAA. They do they do host the Norfolk Tides. I'm looking to see if the game against the I'm looking to see so the Charlotte Knight I'm looking to see if the game against Rochester does that already take place or is that I guess that's in Rochester because I swear the schedule said the Jumbo Shrimp are playing Rochester. I don't see that on Ticketmaster. So yeah, Dylan Cruz would have been a big draw. Can't get Dylan Cruz. I think the best case scenario is you get one of those games against Mick Abel. The Memphis Redbirds are the Cardinals AAA team. They play in August. Yeah, that that's probably why Dylan Cruz is number 2 pick in last year's MLB draft. People wanna see Dylan Cruz. That's why that series sold so many tickets. Yep. I was hoping the Jaguars would play on September 22nd because I think it'd be hilarious if they had a Jumbo Shrimp and Jaguars game on the same day. But September 22nd, when the Jumbo Shrimp host this Gwinnett Stripers, when the Jumbo Shrimp host the Gwinnett Stripers, the Jaguars play the Bills on Monday night the next day. So there's no games where the Jaguars and Jumbo Shrimp play on the same day. So the city, I just think that'd be hilarious. What are the AAA standings? Because there might be a playoff game for the minor leagues. If the Jumbo Shrimp are in the playoff race, I mean, we're looking at a scenario here where they have a playoff game on the same night that the Jaguars play in Jacksonville. That is a scenario. I'm looking at the internet. The Jumbo Shrimp are 7-8. They are right on the cusp of a playoff berth. The Rochester is 12-4. Lehigh Valley's 11-5, and Lehigh Valley is legitimately your best bet. I'm guessing tickets for that are going to be packed. Syracuse, the Mets minor league team, is third. Durham is fourth. Worcester, Boston's AAA team, is fifth, and the Jumbo Shrimp are sixth. So they're right on the cusp of a playoff spot. They're no, it's not. The Jumbo Shrimp have allowed the fewest runs in the conference. The Jumbo Shrimp have allowed the second fewest runs in the conference with 69. The only team that's allowed fewer runs is the Charlotte Charlotte's AAA team, which is sponsored by the White Sox, which has allowed 68 runs. The Charlotte Knights. They're the only team that's allowed fewer runs. Yep. And Andrew Painter, the Phillies 2021 first round pick, is in Double A. He could get promoted to Triple A by August. It's unlikely, but it is possible. So you could be getting Mick Abel and Andrew Painter when Lehigh Valley comes to Jacksonville later this month, later in August. So that's a possibility. I would suggest going to the Lehigh Valley game. That looks like the only game that's worthwhile, and it's a 6-game series in August before the NFL season starts. But I couldn't even begin to imagine. Jacksonville being 6th in their conference, I think the top 2. Let me look at the, minor league baseball playoffs, 2023 AAA playoffs. Let me look at the AAA playoffs. I think it's top 4. I think the top 2 in each division get in, 'cause Columbus Clippers are in the, interna international West division, while the Jumbo Shrimp are in the East. So they're both in the international, but they're both in separate divisions. So I'm looking to see, how the AAA playoffs, since 2023, AAA East and West were renamed International League and Pacific Coast League, respectively. Um, since 2023, each AAA league operates under a split season format, with the winners of each half meeting in the best of 3 series to determine their league champions. The winners then meet in Las Vegas, so it's the best team in the first and second half of AAA. The Jumbo Shrimp probably aren't going to make the playoffs. They're 6-8. I think we're going to get Lehigh Valley versus probably going to get Lehigh Valley versus the other team, Rochester Red Wings. That's probably what we're going to get. Dylan Cruz versus Mick Abel. That's probably what we'll get. I don't think playoffs. And even if the Jumbo Shrimp made the playoffs, they would probably be the road team. They would not be the home team. So I don't think a scenario where I'd love to see it as a fan. I think it'd be hilarious to have the Jumbo Shrimp and Jaguars playing in the same day, but it's not going to happen this year. And Joey's relieved that it's not going to happen this year. It's 2:56 p.m. We've pretty much covered everything. We covered the mock. We covered the showcase game, which is going to start at 4. And we covered the Jumbo Shrimp a little bit in detail. So I was thinking about buying the Baseball America draft guide on the Magster app, which if you download the Magster app, you can get draft guides. There's an NHL draft guide got there. It's only $2.99 from the Hockey News, but Baseball America, last year they charged $11.99 for their draft guide. This year they're charging $14.99. So I have to pay $3 more than I paid last year if I buy the magazine. I just don't know if that's worth the squeeze. As much as I'd like to buy that, as much as I'd like to read about the Guardians options at 1, I just feel like that $14.99, that's territory for a hardback cover. That's hardback cover territory. That's not magazine territory. That's hardback cover territory. But now with inflation, some hardback covers are as much as $22.99. I don't know. Inflation's caused a lot of. Yeah, I figured as much. $14.99 for a PDF magazine. That is hardback territory. But yeah, that will do it. It's 2:58 p.m. my time. It's almost 3. I will get the podcast up for Frank. We will not archive anything. Wow, we've only been on the air for 4 minutes 51 seconds, and we had 1 viewer on YouTube earlier. We now have 3 on Facebook. This is greatly appreciated, guys. And the MLB draft will be tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow, and then we will have an epic season finale planned for you guys next Saturday. Joey and I, we're going to go through the 2015 through 2024 drafts during the 10 years we've been on this podcast, and we're going to rank each draft strongest to weakest to strongest in each draft class. I'm sure the NFL is going to win a majority of them. I'm still of the argument that 2015 may be the weakest. I'm going to put the NFL draft at number 5 for 2015. I think the other drafts were just had better number 1 picks. Winston was the worst of the 5. That's going to be my argument. I'm sure Joey's going to have a rebuttal for that. You're going to have to wait until next Saturday for that rebuttal, ladies and gentlemen. But we are going to go through the draft classes from 2015 to 2024. I will I'll load up. So I archive all of our draft results as well as our mock drafts. So I'll go through that too. I'll load up the archive draft results, and we'll go through the first round. We're not going to go past the first round. We can go into later round picks in certain drafts when we get to like 2018, 2019, 2020, but I don't really feel like, because just looking at those drafts, there have been some historically good drafts. So we'll get that ironed out for all of you guys, and we've got a thumbnail of Connor Bedard, Victor Wembanyama, and Paul Skeens. We'll probably debate which of those rookies had the biggest year. Leaning Skeens right now, because as much as I like Wembanyama and as much as I like Bedard, the fractured jaw injury for Bedard really limited him. And, with Wembanyama. But yeah, you'll get that next Saturday. We're out. See you guys later. Peace.